Okay, guys, I need a couple marshals around. A couple cheers marshals for the qualifying.
All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to all of you who are on YouTube. Welcome to the Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. My name is Marc Natividad. I'm your host with the most, calling the shots trackside and live here today. We have a big group of racers here today in El Segundo. It's about 77 degrees. We have 31 racers today racing in the Can-Am with a lot of great cars, great liveries, and some really interesting paint jobs out there. So please, please, please don't forget to like, please subscribe, and stay tuned for the big race coming up. So we have the qualifications first, which is going to be 1 minute. And I'm going to go into the golf voice so that we can let Ryan concentrate on his qualifying. Okay, here we go. Thanks for joining us. Okay, looks like we have Ryan Delgado up first. And Ryan will be running looks like he's running a 908 NSR. Good morning, Mr. Williamson.
Good morning.
How are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself, Mark?
Great. Thank you.
Good.
I've got Craig Williams here, and we are going to be calling the shots as well.
See how this works.
Yep.
30 seconds.
All right, he's just warming up here, getting the track warm. You got 1 minute to warm up if you're the first person on the track. No pressure here, of course. And next on deck, we have Adrian Balladares. All right, clean the tires, and we will officially start the qualifications. So for those of you who don't know, this is a 1 minute qualifying, and we're looking for the best time in 1 minute. If your car falls off the track, you have to put it back on. The marshals will put it back on. If it hits the floor, the time will stop, and the tires will be cleaned, and do the best you can to finish out. But we're just looking for a good time. Okay, here we go. Ryan Delgado's up.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go. First laps, you want to get used to the track, get used to the car, and then slowly increase your pace.
6, 3, 7. 6, 1, 3.
Track's been clean. Track surface is looking pretty good.
6, 3, 7.
Okay, 6-1, his best time so far. $20 seconds to finish it out.
13.80. 6, 1, 9. 6, 1, 9.
Okay, good. He's going to finish with a 6-1-3-0. Okay, that'll put him up there with the big boys there. That's good, but I did see a 5.9 on the track today, so I think the faster cars are going to be in the 5.9s, 6.0s. Okay, we have Adrian Balladares next up on deck. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And Adrian is also running a Porsche 908 from NSR. And on our track here, the NSR 908 is about the best NSR Can-Am that you can run. Very competitive car. And you'll see that half the field today is going to be NSR, and the rest will most likely be Thunder slot. I think I did see one slot at McCleneghan out there.
9, 2, 1.
All right, so far he's got a 7.136.
6, 9,
Okay,
0.
brought that time down just a little bit to 6.9.
6, 8, 1.
Coming down to 6.8. Very good, he's getting comfortable. Got to step that pace up.
6,
6.7, very good, stepping up the pace. Even more, even better on each lap. That's going to do it.
Press time.
Okay. 6.700 is his qualification time. Next up, we have Bob Ahulii.
Again, guys, if you see your name on that, please get ready, all right?
Okay.
Bob, now, David next. David, Bob, and Ryan. Okay.
All right, Bob Ahuli's hooking up. First test is getting those terminals hooked up correctly. Don't want to blow your controller out, especially before a race. It happens. Nerves get to you. All right, again, welcome to the Can-Am race here, Electric Dreams, live in El Segundo, California. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your liking and subscribing. And stay tuned for some really great racing. Here we go. Okay, and Bob Ahuli's running a Thunder slot. Looks like a McCleneghan. Little adjustments there. Okay, here we go. Getting comfortable.
9, 3, 8. 8, 7, 3.
Okay, getting those times down in there. This will be a better one.
6, 2.
Ooh, 6.2. Very good. See if you can get down to the 6.1s. 6.204.
7, 8, 8. 6, 4, 1.
You only need one good time.
6, 4, 9.
Okay, 5 seconds left. See if you can make another lap.
8, 0, 4.
No, that's going to do it for Bob. Okay.
Best time. 6,
All right, Bob finishes with a 6.204.
61 to Bob Ahulii, Ryan still holds the provisional pole at 6.1.
And next up for qualifying, we have David Cullen. And last time I checked, I think David is also running an NSR Porsche 908.
5.8. 5.82. 5.82. All right, so you're looking for a 5.82, David.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
2, 1, go.
Ryan Delgado still holds the best time so far in qualifying, 6.130. Very smooth car.
6, 9, 9.
All right, this is what I call getting settled in. Sometimes the nerves get you a little bit. Okay, 6.998, his best time. See if he can do better. I've seen him do better during the week. There we go.
7, 2, 5.
Very smooth. He's got to pick up that pace if he wants to do better than 6.99.
7, 1, 8.
15 seconds. It's at least another good lap there. Another good fast lap. We got a chance for another good fast lap. Come on, David. Just going to make it.
7, 0, 0.
All right, that's going to do it for David.
6, 9, 9, 8.
6.998 for David. All right, next up we have Ted Niida, also known as Taco Man. Tom's Tacos is in the house. All right. I have selective hearing, so he said tacos for everybody. Well, omit the other stuff he said. All right. Ted's a great guy. All right, here we go, Ted.
3,
Good luck.
2, 1.
All right, Ted is also running a Porsche 908 NSR.
702.
Very smooth, 7-0.
653.
Getting comfy there, 6-5.
10.60. 653.
6-5-3-4 is a good time. Oh, off he goes. Come on. A couple more good laps there. At least 2 to 3 more good laps there. Got time to get that 6-5 down to a 6-4. There it is. 6-4-7-3. It's coming down. All right. One more good lap. This is going to be a fast one here. Yes, 6-3-9-5. I think that's going to do it. All right, 6-3-9-5 qualification time for Ted. And we have Lyndell Richards up next. Lyndell will also be running an NSR Porsche 908. My good buddy Lyndell Richards, who I've known for over 20 years, he's the man responsible for getting me here. He showed this place to me and I never left. How about that? All right. Looking smooth out there.
658.
6-5-8. So we get that 6-4.
644.
There it is. There's the 6-4 right there. Good car. I love the way these 908s run.
642.
6-4-2, a little bit better.
629.
And a 6-2.
631.
All right, 20 seconds left. See if you can do better than a 6-2. A little bit better, 6-2-8-4 now. Good run.
614.
Nice, and 6-1. Yeah, he's going to settle with the 6-1. You know, sometimes that's good enough. That's great. Good job, Lyndell. All right, next up we have our local repair guy, the wizard himself, Mr. Dennis Samson. All right, and Dennis will be running his slot at McCleneghan. All right, for those of you who don't know Dennis, he is I call him the wizard. He's such a great, talented man to have in our shop. We named a raceway after him, but he's so good at repairs. He knows cars. He's known cars for years, from classics all the way to modern slot cars, digital chips, the whole shebang. So if you get any maintenance done on your cars here, Electric Dreams, that's the man who's doing it for you. All right, Dennis, go get him.
788.
7-8. Keep it cool, Dennis. Keep it cool.
10.20.
Seen him do better. There we go. Good lap. 6-3. Very nice. There we go. There's the Dennis I know.
660.
Okay, so 6-3-8-1, his best time. 15 seconds left.
635.
6-3-5-3.
662.
Looks like that's going to be the best time for Dennis. 6-3-5-3. He's going to finish it out. All right. Great job. Great job, Dennis. All right. All right, next up we have Lee. And again, thank you guys for joining us. You are tuning in live to our Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. This is Mark, your host with the most, calling the shots live trackside. So it's great to have you with us. Good morning. And let me check in too, see who's on the chat here real quick. Let me open my YouTube app. That would help. All right, Lee's getting hooked up here. we go. Lee's up on deck. All right, just let me say some good mornings to those of you who are on the chat. So we got HFS Racing, we got Richie, Elaine, how you doing? Good morning. And we have Hervé, I think that's how you say that. Martin, good morning. And let's see who else we got here. Oh, Ian Douglas is on. What's up, Ian? And Big Marv. Hey, Big Marv, welcome. Been a while, buddy. Great to have you here. All right, good morning to everybody here. Thank you guys for tuning in. All right, so Lee's got a 7.2. That's his best time here. Trying to get a little better on that.
8-8-3.
All right, JV is on. Good morning, JV. All right. All right, Lee's going to finish with a 7.20. All right, next up, we've got Todd Ulery. All right. I'm expecting to see that fast time from Ryan's disappear. Oh, sorry, Dennis Brown's up next, but Todd's up on deck. He's preparing. All right. Dennis Brown's up on deck, another local. And let's see what car he's running. Oh, he's running a Porsche, NSR Porsche 908 as well.
Go.
And good morning, Lewis. Buenos dias. Or I should say buenos tardes. It's Argentina. Frankie Valles. Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you feeling, Frankie? Been praying for you, buddy. And hope you're doing well. And it's good to have you here with us, Frankie. We missed you during the race, but we know you're recovering. So Godspeed to you, and I wish you a good recovery. All right, so Dennis cranks out a 6.3. Best qualifying time.
6-3-3. 8-0-1. Best time 6-3-1-3.
Okay, so Ryan still holds the provisional pole 6-1-3, and I believe that's the last time I see him.
3, 2, 1, power. 5-9-1. 5-9-8. 5-7-1. 5-8-7. 5-8-0. 5-7-0. 5-7-7. 5-7-8. 5-8-4. 5-7-0-2.
Congratulations, Tom. Get track record. Everybody's upset. We'll be looking for a 5-6.
I think it's got a tilt on the top there.
Just tilt.
Okay.
Just got
All right.
quite a bit.
All right, we just got Craig tapped in, but for those of you who just missed that. Todd squeaked out a 5.7, so that's a new record on the track. All right, and Craig is getting hooked in here. Welcome, Craig.
Hey, welcome, Mark. Hopefully you guys can hear me. This mic is made for... Okay, good. Because, yeah, it's up pretty high in the air here, this mic. It's great. If I was speaking through my eyes, it would work out well. So this is my first shot here in the new broadcaster's booth. And we'll see how it goes. It's interesting to be able to see the screens and see what's going on. I don't see the chat. Is there...
I do have it up on my phone, so it's, yeah.
I see. So I can't come up in here.
There's only so many monitors we can have up here, but welcome, Craig. It's a great view from up here. It really is.
Okay, yeah, because I noticed that during the national championship race, some people were posting comments, and Ian and his companion were filling in for people and answering their responses. So if we see some posts, we'll try to say hello. It looks like, in fact, Ian Douglas just said, "You sound like $1 billion, Craig." Hey, thanks, Ian. We got your comment here. Thanks a lot.
Elaine Castillon. There we go.
Oh, thanks, Elaine. I saw you at the race the other day, the championship race, but I didn't get a chance to say hello. It was really nice to meet you out at Marco's that day. We had a good time talking.
All right, Mike McCleneghan's up on deck here, but Todd Ulery still, he's that's a new track record, Craig. I don't know if you saw that, 5.70.
Wow,
Yep.
5.70.
5.7.
That is really down there. Yeah.
Can't touch this,
We'll
right?
see. No, Mark had said something about 5.9s this morning earlier.
Oh,
We're
that's
expecting those. Now we're at 5.7 already.
Yeah,
so
we definitely raised the bar
the
here.
other guys are in trouble.
Yeah. Todd's gunning for a victory here today.
Yeah, that's a pretty smoking lap. I mean, we see now Mike here can only do a 5.9, so that shows that Todd's 5.7 is really strong.
Absolutely.
Because Mike is definitely one of the guys who should be up there contending in the top 5 when it all comes down to it.
Definitely top 12 for Mike. He's a good racer. He sets up his cars, so he does a great job. Hasn't been practicing very much because I think he's back at work.
Oh, okay. Yes, that dreaded alternate thing that you have to do to pay for your slot car racing.
All right, he finishes out with a 5.94 for Mike. And next up, we got Luis Martinez.
Hey, yeah, Eddie, we see your comment here. Yeah. I wish I was out in the woods in New Mexico or wherever you are, but some people are missing you here. They were asking, "Hey, where's Eddie?" And
He's in Santa Fe.
I let them know.
Santa Fe. Yeah.
Right now. Okay, yeah, I let them know that you were off on a vacation in Arizona and New Mexico, and hopefully the weather's been treating you well.
Although the weather here is good today. It's about 79 degrees and not as humid. It's definitely cooler than it's been.
Oh, yeah. Temperature dropped quite a bit at my house where I live closer to downtown Los Angeles. And, in fact, I think they said it's only going to be 81 today, which would be amazingly cool.
Only.
Yeah, the high of 81. That's really nice.
All right, we got Luis Martinez.
I'd take that every day, in fact.
Is he running a Thunder slot? Luis Martinez is running a Thunder slot.
Does look like it.
What are you running today, Craig?
Oh, I'm not in the race, actually. I'm
okay.
just here commenting only. Yeah,
Awesome.
I set up a 908.3, but I didn't have any chance to practice with it, so I didn't want to just jump in cold.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Maybe another time. These are nice looking cars. I actually kind of, hate to be not totally with the rules, but I kind of think it would be nice if you had to run a Thunder slot. They're just such good looking cars.
Yeah, for Can-Am.
Yeah, for the Can-Am. Yeah. Exactly, the Can-Ams. They're just so great looking in all the original old Can-Am cars, and they've done a really broad range of them.
Yes, they have.
So really, really nice.
The Elvas, the M8, M6, Lolas,
McLarens.
Yeah.
And the NSR, it's a nice looking car, but it really doesn't look as nice.
Yeah.
But the NSRs, they work so well. I happen to be a big fan of the NSR cars. And the Thunder slot, too. The Thunder slot works amazingly well for what it is. A really great car as well.
Two best cars in the Can-Am race is Thunderslot and NSR.
Yeah. And was that Dennis who's running?
He's running
slot
slot at McLaren.
And he's the only one, I believe. Huh?
Yeah, he's running slot at McLaren.
Yeah. And if you, it's not so easy on the broadcast maybe to hear the cars the way that we can, but maybe you can at times. And you'll notice that the slotted car sounds different than the other cars.
Absolutely.
It sounds
7, 8, 5.
I could tell, just by the sound, and I remembered that I had heard that Dennis was running that car.
Right,
7,
right.
3,
And so
3.
later McLaren
Yep.
than the ones provided by Thunderslot.
Right.
So a later model,
7,
8D
7.
maybe or something.
So we got Brian Balladares on deck, and his brother's here, Adrian. So we got the brothers racing with us
7,
today.
3, 2.
No, that's cool.
Yep. He's got a 717.
Respectable lap time.
7, 0, 3.
Also running the Porsche 908 from NSR, the Electric Dreams Special.
Yeah, that looks like the
7,
Electric Dreams
6,
livery.
0. Best time 7, 0, 3, 5.
All right. Finishes with a 703. Got Al Castillon up on deck. All right, Elaine, I hope you're watching.
Yeah, and I was actually watching some of the race broadcast last night. I figured out how to get the YouTube on my TV, which is kind of cool. Instead of just watching on my computer, I don't really sit and watch my computer for an hour or two. But
Right,
my
right.
TV, I can.
It's
so-
bigger, right? It's
so-
easier.
And that's
Yeah.
my couch is on the other side of it too. That makes it really nice.
All right, we got Al up on deck here. And hello to HSF Racing.
Six, 3, 9. 6, 2, 0.
All right, Al's got a 6.2. That's very good.
6, 0,
Ooh,
9.
6.0. He's going to be in there with the fast guys. Look out.
Oh, I see.
6, 2, 0.
6.0. That's a great time.
6, 1, 5.
20 seconds.
6, 2, 3.
See if he can do better than a 6.0.
6, 5, 2.
Well, you just need one good fast lap.
6, 0, 8.
6.088. A little bit better. But the 6.0 is going to stand.
6, 1, 3.
Awesome.
6,
6.0. That's good.
Yeah, very nice.
I say the 5.7 to 6.0s are going to be the top of the top, right? 5.7, 5.8, 5.9.
Yeah, 5.7, 5.8.
All right, again, thank you for watching. This is Craig, and I'm Mark. And please don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for all the great racing we have today at the Can-Am race live here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching from. And we got qualifying going on, so we're probably going to get the results up here and see where everybody's standing. But we got Rick Reed up on deck right now.
Six, 8, 5.
He is running a Thunderslot.
And I have to mention, Elaine, you might have been wondering why I was talking about meeting the other day. Actually, that was Tony Castillo's wife that I met. I saw the Castillon, and I missed it with the Castillo. So Elaine Castillon I have not met yet, but she must be Al's #1 fan club leader, I'm guessing.
Mine too. Mine too. She's a big fan.
Oh, great. Yeah, I like watching Al race. He's fun to watch him. He's quiet, but he does a great job. So
Always got a great
welcome
car.
to the chat.
Always have a great car.
Yeah, he always has a great car. He was sharing some setup tips over in Electric Alley just today.
Yeah. Team player.
6, 4, 2.
All right. Rick gets a 6.4 in his qualifying. Okay, here we go. Look, the results here. So we've got Todd Ulery on top, and reading from the top to the bottom on my screen. So Todd is our first. He's up there. Next under him, so Todd's got a 5.702. Next is Mike McCleneghan with 5.9, and then we come down to Al. So Al is actually number 3
Al's
in the qualifying.
Third qualifier at this point. It looks like we're about halfway through the order, but it looks like a few of the fast guys are already up there because we've also got Mac, who's qualified second. So
You got to see
Al's
Dan
got
Tufts.
a good chance of staying in that top 5. That's true. Dan Tufts is one of the strong
and Cedric.
competitors.
Yep, Cedric. He's always got a good car.
And we've got Mark himself.
Yeah, no, not just running my backup car.
Oh, okay, all
Not
right.
the same car I ran last time.
All right, good.
Yeah. Just let somebody else have it. You know.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, every racer needs an excuse, so make
That's
sure
right.
you keep one in the back pocket.
That's
You
right.
gotta make sure you keep one.
My rule is have fun. That's it. And I love Can-Am. My 2 favorite racers are Can-Am and F1.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
All right, we got Mark Perkins on deck.
640.
Races up there with the NorCal guys. He is running. What's he running, Craig?
631.
Thunder slot, custom.
Custom painted Thunder slot?
636.
I believe so.
Yeah, it does look like Thunder slot wheels. It's a little hard to recognize when they're going that fast.
633.
Just by the body shape.
Yeah, the body shape, exactly. The big curvy fenders means it's not a 9083.
That's right.
663.
The 9083 looks a little larger and wider. And, you know, some guys think that's better, you know, wider in particular, but that isn't necessarily always proving true here at Electric
That's so
Dreams.
true.
There's a few of the best drivers that we know who like to choose the little cars, you know, and they make the small car work well, and then it becomes very agile.
Yeah.
and
Yep. Lighter.
lighter, yes, and yep, and then you can run the, you know, a lot of these guys are running plastic pinions actually in this class. I know some of them are at least, which is
Yep.
interesting. You can get away with that
Yeah,
with
exactly.
these cars.
Yep.
You don't have so much weight, even though you've got a lot of traction.
Right.
You're still not spinning the pinion, which is kind of cool. So, you
As
know,
long as it holds.
as long as yeah, you don't, that's the thing, you
never
don't
know.
know when it might come loose.
You hear that Z,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
that
Well,
spinning, that
we'll
sound
see
that you
if-
don't want to hear.
Yeah, we'll see if we hear any of those today,
Yeah.
because I know that definitely some of the guys have plastic pinions. I think it just works out to get the pinion that you need.
That's right.
So,
Absolutely.
and makes for that nice, cool, quiet running that the NSRs and the Thunder slots have.
That's right. That's right.
Which is one of the reasons why it just, not really sure why that is, but when a car is quiet, it feels like it's a faster car,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And it may truly be,
I agree.
because it's not vibrating the track. It's
I agree.
Not, you know,
Smooth and as quiet as efficient, and it's smooth.
Yep, quiet is efficient too. Takes some energy to make the noise. All
So
right.
Mark finished with the 6.3. We got Carlos Peniche up on deck here, 908. Fin, he's running the double fin, as we say, in the 908.
That's right. Some of the 908s have 2 fins sticking up in the back, and some don't. They're
Yep.
available both ways.
Flat
from
tail.
NSR.
Flat tail's lighter. I weighed them. Can't remember how much lighter, but they are lighter.
Yeah, well, they were definitely sold out first when I went to go get my white
Yeah.
kit.
Oh,
you
yeah,
could not,
yeah.
You had to buy a fin.
I know that kit by number, $14.99 NSR. That's the body kit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So, but I like the look of the fins cars, so
yeah, it's classic.
I'll put up with that little
Classic.
bit of weight.
Carlos does some really great paint jobs too. He does his own custom paint jobs. It's always great to see his
that
cars.
One looks almost like a factory livery. It's
Yeah.
such nicely painted. You know, you see all the detail
Yep.
on it. That looks
Shiny.
Like it could be, yeah, nice and shiny. I'll have to take a look at that one later today.
874.
Right, looks like he's going to finish with a 6.9. 6.9 for Carlos. We have David Angelucci up next.
So your cover just makes your phone look octagonal? Or?
So it's, if you update it, then because I had an old link, so I updated the link, and so now this is real time.
Please, I need some marshals.
All right, here we go.
5.
Got David Angelucci up on deck.
Okay, David.
Here we
See
go.
what car he's running.
2, 1, go.
And he's running a Thunder slot. And I'll be heading out seeing Craig, so I'll leave it to Craig here so that I can get my qualifying in, and then I'll be back.
7.94.
All right, Mark. Sounds good. Good luck to you with the qualifying.
Just got to shake off the nerves the first lap, and then everything else is everything else.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. As long as they hold the laughter down and let you settle in, right?
That's it. Try not to fall out, at least.
Yeah, I've seen a few guys
735.
de-slotting here today. It shows you how hard they're pushing it.
I'll save the push for the race.
680.
All right, and thank you everyone for joining us here live on YouTube. This is the Electric Dreams, the Can-Am race. It is a great day. We got great weather, about 31 racers today, and this is qualifying, so right in the middle. Dave is going to call it a day right there. All right, yep. Finishes with a 6.8. We have Chris Sukimoto up next. Right, pretty sure we're more than halfway through here.
Yeah, I would think so. It looked like it was about halfway when Marco shared the full results, or the ongoing results, I guess I should say. Maybe someday we'll figure out how to get that to come up in these different screens here. I'm sure.
Need one more screen here, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure, Carlos is kind of thinking about it or dreaming about it. It'd be nice if we could see the YouTube chat and the current standings all, and the current standings in something less than that little black and white thing. But
Yeah, something like our race screen here.
Yeah. But unfortunately, you'd have to rely on the person who created this
699.
timing and scoring software would have to make some changes for us.
Right.
And they may be willing to do that as
658.
we promote this fine software. What's it called, Mark? Do you remember?
This is Lapmaster. Thank you.
Labmaster, yeah. Thank you to the Labmaster
Thank you,
guys for
Carlos.
creating great software that we all that we use here at Electric Dreams, and we also use it at Piranha Raceway. So it's become kind of the standard, the Labmaster. I won't mention that competitive product that we all use in our club, but this one has some interesting advantages to it, the Labmaster.
All right, Chris has got a 6.2 on deck here. It's a pretty good time.
Yeah, those are some good times.
Puts him in there.
636.
Okay, looks like he's going to finish with a 6.209.
Yeah. And
All right, we got Rick from
steady
Pennsylvania.
lap
Rick is from Pennsylvania. Came all the
is
way.
that right?
Yep.
Heard about us, maybe on the web even, and decided to stop in to Electric Dreams.
It's great.
And he's got an interesting controller. It looks a little different than what most people are running. He's got no remote box, and he's got 4 knobs.
So is that third eye?
It's
I don't
not
know
a
what that
third
is.
eye, no, because
No.
it would have a relay.
Yeah.
Relay is separate.
Very colorful.
It is.
Yeah.
From this
All right.
side, yeah, each of his pots has got a different color on it.
Yeah.
Red, yellow, and green may be appropriately named. Don't touch that red one.
Right.
Unless you really need to.
It's the eject button. Sorry, my bad.
He's got the green light on now.
All right, 7.1. Getting a little bit better with a 6.9. So you hear the whistle of the car? I call it a whistler. So it's a whistler.
Okay, yeah. He's definitely got a nice little whistle to it.
675.
All right, 6.75.
697.
Got a couple more laps there. See if you can do better than a 6.75.
676.
Very close.
Come on. 10 seconds. Now you can still make a lap. Wow, no, it's going to be. That's going to do it.
947.
That's a pretty good lap time, though, because he probably doesn't race, practice here much like I know some of these other guys do. I come down here on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and I see some of these guys, even Dan, who I know drives a little ways from Oceanside, but he's here a lot of weekdays.
Yep.
So, not the Pennsylvania guy, though.
All right, we have Cedric, NorCal. We got Cedric up here.
Yeah, about 2/3 through, probably about 20 has qualified so far. Cedric, another Team West driver.
Cedric came in, he made sure he told me, he's like, I'm coming for you today. I just edged him out on 3rd place on the last race.
Oh, okay,
It's
great.
purely accident. Ran a good race, kept the car in, what can I say?
Yeah, that's what it takes to finish well.
He's running a 9:17.10.
But
Yep, NSR.
Cedric's a great driver, though. Oh, yeah, the 91710. We don't see those quite as much.
I think that's going to be the only one Oh, I think there's two
as
in the race today.
908.3s, but
Yeah, 903s, a lot of those, but this is the 917.10.
but it seems to me that someone's done very well with this 917.10.
Oh, yeah, it's set up.
Isn't that Todd? Todd sets that car up well.
Yep.
Is that what he qualified with? Or?
He's 908 for Todd.
908 for Todd today. Okay. 'Cause I know he does have one of these.
Cedric with the 6.2.
The turbo pans are
623.
Very consistent, 6.2s. See if we can get a little bit better.
640.
About 15 seconds here. Let's see if we can get a. There's a 6-1 right there. Puts him up there with the big boys. Top players here. 6. Oh, he's definitely in with the big boys now.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably good for third or fourth.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That car, 6.0. That's a great time.
lap time. Great
So
lap.
someone on the chat just said it's a Cobra controller. The brand that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
Yep, but
A Cobra.
that's a Cobra.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yep.
Out there in the YouTube land. So I don't know who provides.
Okay, that was
where the
Ariel
Cobra,
Hernandez. Thank you.
Cobra comes from.
It's highly used at the NSR 24 hours. Okay, well, good to know.
Interesting. So
Okay.
a European thing
Yep,
we're not
definitely.
aware of here at Electric Dreams. Maybe
Definitely.
we need to get one of those behind the counter. Give us some more options.
All right, Chris Snyder on deck. And he's running the 908 double fin NSR. It's the Watkins Glen livery there.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize that Fly also made that particular livery.
Yeah.
And of course, that's why some of these are considered Can-Am cars, these 908.3s.
Right.
You know, they occasionally ran in the Can-Am, but it really was about the Watkins Glen 6-hour race.
Yeah.
In the Watkins Glen 6-hour race, the World Championship of Makes cars, which is what these 908.3s really normally competed with the Can-Am cars. And the Can-Am cars basically had a hard time going 6 hours. So a few of them finished well, but they really weren't more set up for 1 hour, hour and a half races.
Right, right.
The Can-Am. So the big V8s was a bit of strain to go that distance.
Yep. Endurance.
Yeah. So these were really endurance races, exactly. And the little 908.3 actually had an air-cooled 8-cylinder, so very similar to your Porsche 6-cylinder motor, but with 2 extra cylinders added to get up to that 3-liter, which would be a lot for a 6 back in those days.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Great stuff. All right, we got Steve visiting too for the first time. Steve's first race here, and he is actually running a 917.10 as well.
Welcome to Steve.
Yep. So Craig, I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to step up here, and so I'm after Jim Monda, that's for sure. So we got Steve, Jim Monda, and then I'll be up.
All right.
See you soon.
So you hear that?
All right,
Mark's
you're in good
heading
hands.
down.
You're in good
and
hands.
Off to the driver's station and off to his controllers. And we'll wish him some luck. So here we go. Let me keep a closer eye on the results here that Mark was reporting for you. He's got an 849. Steve Aguilar, first time racing with us here at Electric Dreams. It's a very demanding track, really, for new drivers. It's challenging. You can especially see when the overhead shot, see that the track has a lot of little curves to it that have to be accounted for by the driver. And to get a good lap, you've got to keep the speed up through all of that. You can't just go fast down the straightaway and take it easy in the corners. You have to carry a lot of momentum in the corners to get a good lap time here. So now, next up is Jim Moda. Jim's a regular here, likes to race with the Electric Dreams crowd. Jim's car looks pretty quick here. He's going to put in a good lap time. No, he's come off, though. He's got to settle down.
664.
There you go. There's a 664 in his first time lap. He came off in his previous.
651.
Got it down to a 6.5.
788.
Well, he's doing good now. He's got a 6.5 in the bank. He can
654.
run hard, try to beat that. Yeah, that's the end of his qualifying, probably.
883.
Oh, he stands it on the nose and it stays in the slot. But costs him a lot of time in the corner. Maybe you guys were able to see that on the video, maybe not. But the car literally stood up on the guide, had the rear tires high up in the air, and then came right back down. Stayed in the slot. So that'll happen sometimes when you jam the guide in the slot by hitting the power a little too early while the guide's still turned. So the car literally stood up on the nose, but did not de-slot.
Second Tuesday next week.
All right, and here's my announcer friend, Marc, up now to qualify, Marc Natividad.
1. Go.
I'm sure he's got a few fans out there in the YouTube world especially after the slotted national championship race when Marc wore his great Andy Granatelli-like suit. A lot of people maybe didn't know the full reference of that Andy Granatelli suit, but I sure did, and it was really great. So Andy Granatelli showed up at Indy with a white suit that had STP logos all imprinted or embroidered on it. And it was pretty loud and pretty wild. He was a big man in this big white suit with the STP stickers. All right, Marc has a 6.0. Now a 6.36.
634. This time, 6347.
3487 to Marc. Castillo up that rose is next. Hey, here we go.
All right, Tony Castillo is up now. I saw Tony's wife wandering around here somewhere.
3,
Seen
2,
that before.
1.
She's really nice. We had a great time talking.
Six, 5, 4.
Ooh, 6.54. Initial lap for Tony.
6, 5, 3.
I think he's going to go quicker than that. He seems very in control. His car's nice and smooth and quiet.
8, 6, 8. 6, 4, 8.
There we go. 6.489 is new fast lap.
6, 5, 0. 6, 6, 4.
Still standing on his 6.489. Tony
6,
Castillo.
5, 2.
All right, I'm back, kids. All right, get a 6.3 out there. I'm happy with that. Try not to push it. I'm gonna wait for the race. That's when I'll push it.
Yeah, no, that was a good qualifying run, Marc. That should put you in a pretty good position. In fact, where are you?
15. Well, there's
No.
4 more racers to go. 4 more qualifyings.
Yeah, so that would mean you're 11th. I
Yeah,
guess.
around there
Probably
somewhere.
something like that. 10th or 11th. That's a pretty good spot.
My strategy is not to race with the really tense guys, but now those guys are fast. The pace is amazing out there.
Okay.
It's a whole nother level of racing.
Once you get in that faster group, huh?
Yeah. Ooh, the Sunoco
Here's
908.
Dave
That's a
Rose
nice one.
with a beautiful looking
Yeah,
car.
that's
Yeah.
a Sunoco. That one is rare. You don't see those too often. Sunoco double fin.
Yeah, on a
Beautiful car.
9083. Yeah, I'm not sure that there was a real car liveried that way, but certainly that Sunoco paint job was on the later 917s. The Turbo Panzer cars, driven by Marc Donahue.
Yep. Legend.
682.
6825. Fast time for Dave Rose.
Can do better.
660.
There you go. 660.
698.
All right, thank you again for those of you who are watching us live here on YouTube. This is the Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for all the juicy content that we have coming out of these races. So again, we're in qualifying right now, and after qualifying, the races will begin. All right, Todd Ulery is still on top with his 5.7, followed by Mike McCleneghan. So nobody's even posted a 5.8, even close to Todd.
Yeah, we've only got 2 in the 5s. Is that right, Mark?
Yep.
Was it just
Yep.
2?
Yep.
Yep.
Mike McCleneghan and Todd Ulery.
So we'll see.
Here we go.
Maybe there's one more chance, although boy.
Dan Tufts
Dan.
hasn't come up yet, so
Yeah.
he'll be definitely top 3. Dan Tufts' car. He's got a great car. That car is fast.
Okay. Dan always does have a fast car. And
674.
sponsored by Hot Mama's Jams. When Dan comes up, of course, we'll have to mention again. Here's Sean
799.
Treves. Sean has a fast.
650.
There it is, a 6.504. That's a good lap time. Put him in the
He'll
middle
improve
of
on
the
that.
field. Yep.
643.
Oh, he does. A 6.435.
634.
634.
Ooh.
Looks like I'll be racing with Sean.
617.
Oh, no, I won't be racing with Sean.
Oh, Sean lays down a
6-1.
6.17 with a 9.
Wow,
635.
great. I actually think Dan set that car up too.
Yeah, Dan.
yeah,
Dan is.
633.
Dan and Sean are teammates, so to speak.
617. Very nice.
Yeah, Dan might even be considered Sean's patron.
All right, well,
Helping him out with
yep.
the cars.
Well,
and
here
the-
comes the master.
And the jelly. Helps
The
him out.
master and the Sunsei.
All right.
That was the Sunsei. Here's the master. All right, Dan Tufts. Hot Mama's Jam. All right, for those of you who don't know, Hot Mama's Jam, look it up. There's some really interesting jam flavors. Who would have thought spicy jam? Spicy strawberry jam. Jalapeno spicy jam.
Yeah,
There you
the
go.
jalapeno
There you
blueberry jam's pretty good. That's for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Dan's shared some of that with me. He and his wife make it right in their kitchen. It's
Right.
a certified home kitchen,
It is.
and
2, 1.
pretty limited availability, but you can probably score a jar online if you look.
Can we say get it while it's hot?
You know, while it's hot. That's right.
All right, we got Dan up here.
5.
Boom, 5.9 right there.
There you go.
Yep. But can he get the 5.7? Can he even get a 5.8?
5.
There's a 5.8. Okay,
5.8.
okay.
He's blasted.
There we go.
598.
Just as I expected.
And let's see if he does it all without coming off, too.
585.
'Cause some of
5.8s
the
and
other
5.9s.
qualifiers have come off.
591.
Came out one time there.
Did come off.
20 seconds. Got 2 more at least.
811.
Least. Well, 3 more if he's doing 5 second or 6. Right?
592.
5.8. So he's right in between Todd and Mike now. So that puts Dan right under Todd Ulery with a 5.7. Very nice.
5.859
Yeah.
for Dan Tufts, his fast lap.
5859.
But that's a new track record. Wow.
I think.
Yep, just like I called it. Yep, Dan Tufts qualified 2.
Yeah, look at that top 3.
Yep.
Todd, Dan, and Mike. Should make for a good race. And now we got Chuck Dietl.
Yep.
And Chuck will be our last qualifier. Our final qualifier.
Final qualifier.
Final qualifier. I doubt if he'll qualify last. Knowing
Oh, he
Chuck,
won't. No,
he's got plenty of time on this track. He'll
He's here in the
qualify
shop
well.
every day, so he's local.
Okay.
3, 2.
He's an old racer from back at the Revell Model Raceway down off in Westchester on La Tijera.
Wow.
He won some championships there, so
Wow. That's
fast forward years later, here he is with us.
some great history.
644.
He's already down to a 6.4. His very first.
6.45.
Yeah, he's been running good all week. The trick is to run your car and not beat it up too much or not break it. I'm very sparingly with my car. Once I get it tuned and I feel comfortable with my car, then I just leave it alone.
Okay.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Don't run the risk of something happening to it.
Right. Got a 6.44.
Sometimes you put them in the box, and when you take them out, they're slower. So definitely, driving it puts it at even more risk.
Yeah.
It's hard to know all the little nuances that go into tuning a slot car. They can be pretty picky, actually, when it comes to those last few tenths.
Yeah. And the plastic, I mean, it's everything, you get gear that's not cut right. So 6.4 he finishes with. All right, that is qualifying. Yep, 6.4.
That was a nice qualifying to put him right in the middle.
So there's our list there.
It's 18th for Chuck.
Yep.
Cedric is in 4th and Castillon in 5th.
Ryan Delgado 6th, Lyndell Richards 7th, Sean Treves in 8th, Bob Ahulii 9, Chris Sukimoto 10, Dennis Brown 11, and Mark Perkins is 12. Right under there, missed that cut there for the B main.
So, yeah, you sure did.
Oh, that's close. Oh no, we have the same time, 6.313. Oh no, wait, that's Dennis Brown and Mark Perkins have the same time. 6.313. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, that's regardless of where you put that. Well,
right, but Dennis backed it up with a better time, so Dennis qualifies ahead of Mark because he had it backed it up.
6.313. But these two, I'd be curious to see the camera who finished in front, because the tenth of the lap could be up between a foot, so it'd be interesting. But nevertheless, I'm okay with that. I am so okay with that. So now I just have to make laps and not fall out. That's the trick.
Yep. Yeah, you'll be the fast qualifier in your heat, actually.
Yep. There we go.
So that always feels good.
We're gonna come in. All right, so that was qualifying. This is Mark, and I'm here with Craig. And welcome to the Electric Dreams Can-Am race here live on YouTube at El Segundo, California. Great day, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are coming from. Craig, what are you looking at like today? Who's going to be your top pick today, Craig?
Well, I guess I'm going to have to stick with Todd because he's got such a great lap time. But I'm also a big Mike McCleneghan fan, so I'm going to be rooting for Mike and Cedric and all the rest too. But I do have a couple people that I make more favorites than others at times. I want to see them do well. And Dan owes me a jar of jelly. Maybe if he comes forward with it, I might root for him even more. So he sponsored my car a couple times in the last races.
All right.
Yep.
There we go. Well, there you go. So you can be bought for a jar of jam.
Yeah,
that's right.
Jar of jam. And by the way, make sure you're getting the right one. That's from Oceanside, California. I'm not really sure you can order them online, but it's still fun to go look at his website and go read about Hot Mama's Jam.
Yeah, Hot Mama. It's just the name, Hot Mama.
That sounds good.
Isn't that Foreigner? I don't know.
Check it and see.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Well, again, thank you everybody for joining us here. It's a great day. Can-Am is one of my favorite races. I love it. So great to see a lot of racers here. 31 racers, locals, NorCal, SoCal, and San Diego. So SoCal, so South Cal and North Cal. So it's great to see all these racers here and all the people putting in the time and effort and the work to set up their cars and compete here. It's a great place. So if you haven't come down, you got to check it out. World's biggest slot car store. Come on down. I'll give you a tour personally. It's such a fun place to be at, and it's so great to be here with you guys. Hold my calls. Who's that calling me? Hold my calls.
6. Just another person calling to order another slot car set. Just to be rushed out the door here from Electric Dreams. They've got, what were the other guys saying the other day? 60,000 slot cars? Is that what I heard them say?
That's it.
60,000 in stock.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good thing they're relatively small.
Yeah. Well, how can you own 4 Porsches and 2 Ferraris for under 1,000?
That's true.
For even under 500. I mean, come on.
Some of the most rarest cars ever in existence you can own yourself.
That's right.
Ferrari GTO.
Yep.
We've got one over in the. In fact, I think we got 3 or 4 right in the.
Yeah.
case
Oh yeah.
here.
Oh yeah. There's some over there too. Fly.
Yeah.
Fly's got some Ferrari GTOs, the 250s. Yeah.
World's most valuable car.
McCleneghan has one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I saw there's another car now. What did I see? Some cars they're battling again for the title of the world's most valuable car.
Oh, right.
There's another chance for an auction to come up and may sell for
Right.
more than that Ferrari 250.
Bugatti or something, you know,
Yeah.
some crazy, yeah.
And the thing is, that other car, that other Ferrari may actually be more valuable now, but it won't come up for auction.
That's
until
right.
Who knows when?
Right,
You know? So
right.
these cars don't come up very
That's right.
often.
That's right.
And so.
Yeah, it's amazing. So there you go. You can, if you're into cars, you can own the car. I mean, for pennies on the dollar, considering how much those cars go for.
That's right. And you can crash it right here on our
Absolutely,
track
absolutely.
as many times as you want.
Yeah, and you don't have to send it to Ferrari to get it fixed. There you go.
No.
All right, so we're lining up for the first heat. This is the first heat, and we've got 7, so that means one person's going to sit out. So whoever's coming in on after you do white lane, you sit out, and then you come back in on red. So after racing white, you just automatically move out and let the other guy move. And that's how we sort of, if we had 30, it would be one thing. That would be solid races, but we have 31. So this is how we do it. So we've got Chris Snyder in red, Luis Martinez in white, Carlos Peniche in green, David Coleman in blue, Brian Balladares in yellow, and Lee in black lane.
And I guess we can't see our sit-out is, Steve Aguilar is our
Steve Aguilar.
sit-out.
Yep, that's right.
On this,
That's right.
filling out the full 7.
Yep, standby.
So sometimes when you have 12 racers, you might actually put them all in the same one big race and have sit-outs or do a round robin. That way, different racers race side by side with others.
Right.
And it gives you a most opportunity to give an even chance.
That's right.
Not always racing next to the same racer. So if one of the guys next to you is having a bit of problem, or one of the guys real fast, and you're using him as a rabbit, everybody gets that opportunity to chase the rabbit.
Chase the rabbit. So true. So true. All right, welcome. This is the race. So we have finished qualifying, and we are running the first heat. And we have, this is the first heat of 5. Oh, sorry, 7. 7 heats. Right? Right.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
In
Yes,
in
that's
this
correct.
heat race,
Yes,
there'll be
that's 7
heats.
races.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But overall for today, we'll have 5 heat races throughout the day, but this race will run 7 heats because we have 7 drivers.
That's right.
So each driver has to run each lane so that they get a cumulative score, and that'll decide the ultimate winner is the one with the most laps on all 6 lanes.
That's it.
So, and that'll go, even though these guys are running in this first heat, amongst them 7 of them, once their total's added to the spreadsheet, they'll be competing against everyone.
That's right.
And there is a chance that one of these guys could finish in the top 3.
Sure, they can bump up. You have all the opportunity to bump up. So again, now it's about making laps. So you do want to go fast, but a fast car isn't always going to give you a lot of laps. So if your fast car is falling off a lot, keep in mind you're going to lose lap time. So that's what you don't want to do, because it depends on how bad the crash, where you crash, if the marshal's paying attention or not. You can lose up to 2 laps sometimes, especially if you hit the floor. So you don't want to lose 2 laps. And for me, I know that I like to have a cushion coming into red. If I'm in the leader, if I'm leading the race, I want to have a good 2 to 3 lap cushion above everybody else coming in the red lane.
And that's because the red lane, the lanes get longer as they move to the outside of the track. So the black lane is the shortest lane, the red lane the longest lane. The difference in the lanes isn't all that much in the length, although it's a few feet. But there's also tighter corners on black on the shorter lane.
Yes.
It can get the fastest lap times on black, but it's a little more difficult because it's tight. So yellow, maybe many might feel is the optimum lane. But as Mark said, red, you're on the outside. you got a longer ways to go around. And also, when people get in accidents, they tend to go to the outside of the
That's
track.
right.
Their car slides
Right,
to the
that's
outside.
so right. Oh my
and they
goodness.
end up in your red lane in the gutter there in front of you, and so you can lose time. So it is good to have a lap or two in the bag before you get to red.
Yes.
If you're hoping to win the race.
And two, I try not to come into if I know red's coming off a lot, coming into some of the corners, I want to stay out of the 3 wide or even 2 wide, because if I know that guy's been falling off a lot right there, I'm going to either be in front of him or behind him. I will actually let off my controller, let him go. And sure enough, most times, out they go. That would have collided with me, and that would have given me some loss of laps as well.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes, where the other driver wants to chase you down into the corner and ends up taking you out.
That's right, yeah.
Or maybe he just shotguns the wall and comes right back at your car.
Yeah. Takeout, I didn't order takeout.
A hot dog or chicken?
More like turkey.
Turkey, okay.
Playing turkey. Oh, man. It's funny.
Just missing Mike and Fry.
All right, so we got the turn marshals here. Everybody's at their spot. We have designated marshals. So these guys are the A main racers have to marshal for the D or E main guys. So
Yeah, and since this is the first race, some of you might be tuning in for the first time. I think most of the viewers have probably seen a race at Electric Dreams before, but if you haven't, Mark mentioned the marshals a couple times. So around the track there are drivers, competitors, who their task is to pick up any of the cars that come off and put them on as quickly as possible. So the other racers are depending upon the marshals to marshal their car and restore it to the lane when they have an accident. And it's a really important part of slot car racing.
Yep.
The marshals, they help make the whole race happen.
but it's their fault for falling off. So you can't blame the marshal.
No, you can't be upset with the marshal
No.
if he marshals your car a bit slowly. I mean, you should have stayed on to begin with. So the marshals are just here to help out, and they are fellow racers.
Yes.
In fact, it's generally kind of the rule in slot car racing. If you're going to race, you got a marshal. It's
That's
just,
right. It's only fair.
Yeah, it's only fair. So
I'm gonna
that's
take a
how-
sip of my guzzler right here, Craig.
Hey, part of your dues. My gosh, Mark.
1.4 gallons of pure hydration.
All right, well, don't tilt it back for too long.
You only have to fill up once every 2 days, so there you go.
Oh, there you go. All right, so you
On a
got
really hot day,
fresh water one day and fermented water the next. Excellent.
Don't forget to wash your container.
So,
All right, so this is practice.
but
Rick?
no microplastics.
All right, so we're just kind of warming up a little bit, getting the dust off the tires. Oh, we're gonna go another minute.
All right.
All right, what's up, Nico? Good morning, Nico. All right, one of my favorite guys there. Slot car dude, that's Nico from Austria.
Oh, okay.
And remember, there are no kangaroos in Austria.
No, that's pretty much across the entire planet.
There are no kangaroos in Austria. Yes.
Yeah. Snow skiers in Austria.
Just to clarify.
Lots of snow skiers in Austria.
All right, great to have
What
you
a
here,
wonderful
Nico.
place.
I don't know if you know Nico, Craig, but he is a great provider of content. He does a lot of work. He's like obsessed, just as I am, with slot cars and collecting. And he's got a great YouTube channel. So if you guys go check out Slot Car Dude on YouTube, you'll see his great content. Always got new and great content. And he's a funny guy too. So I appreciate you, Nico. Thank you for tuning in. It's great to have you here.
All right, I've heard mention of that slot car channel. I'll go take recommend you all go take a look at it. So, to support the slot car racers all over the world who are interested in slot cars and supporting Electric Dreams.
That's
It's pretty
right.
amazing how far the sport reaches. You know?
Yeah. Especially at this level with all the broadcasting, and now it's we're at the ESPN level of slot cars here. We
Okay,
are.
yeah.
We
The
made
early
history
days
with
of
the
ESPN,
Nationals.
yeah, and hopefully we'll stick with motorsport,
Oh, yeah.
unlike ESPN.
Yeah.
And
Miniature motorsport.
yeah, miniature motorsport. Yeah, we're not going to leave you behind and go to some other stick and ball sports.
Nope,
No,
nope,
we're
definitely
dedicated
not.
to this
What? No dodgeball?
four-wheel racing sports.
That's it.
Yeah. Some of us like two-wheel racing too, but unfortunately it doesn't really translate to slot cars.
That's true. Although there are front-wheel drive slot cars.
Front wheel drive.
Yeah, there are
but
front
not
wheel.
two wheel.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Motorcycle.
Yeah.
They have motorcycles, but
They
they're
don't
really
run that
trikes.
great.
Yeah, and they
Not
don't
that-
really have only two wheels.
I haven't seen a good motorcycle yet.
Yeah, they have to have four wheels.
Yeah.
They do
Quad.
have some little go-karts.
All right, we're lining up here. All right, Chris Snyder in red, Luis Martinez in white, Carlos Peniche in green, David Collin in blue, Brian Balladares in yellow, and Lee is in black lane.
Just mark where your car stopped.
All right, and Steve Aguilar is sitting out. He will come back in as soon as there is a spot available.
Here we go.
All right, guys, off we go.
2, 1.
All right, Can-Am, it's on. All right, good start. Oh, I was just going to say, ooh, no crashes, but no, I can't say that now.
Someone's
All right, nerves
maybe
going
not
on.
watching the right car.
Some nerves going on out there.
Yeah, Lee's.
Yep, definitely going to get a lot of exercise in those the center, Marshall number 1 and Marshall number 6. So you got to run all the way in there if somebody crashes on that turn in there.
It looks like there's two cars that have the same livery. Maybe that's what was throwing
Yeah,
Lee
yeah,
off
yeah,
because
so,
he
yep.
is one of those two cars.
Yep, car confusion.
The Watkins Glen car, I guess
Yep.
Mark had said it is.
Yep, car confusion, that happens. That's why you want to have your own car. That's another good reason to get some painting skills. But there
Yeah.
are different numbers on the cars, so.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll put stripes or something or a little, little added detail so that they can recognize their car easily.
Sure. Now, I do like to have my own brightly painted cars. It
Yeah.
helps.
All right, so looks like we have David Collins in the lead in blue lane. Yep. Followed by Luis Martinez and Carlos Peniche. And then bringing up the rear is Lee in black lane, Brian Baller is 5th in yellow, and Chris Snyder 6th in red lane. I'm sure Chris is going to change that position. He's just going to cruise through red lane, get all his laps done, and then you can really compete in the other lanes. So red lane is just get it done. All right, 10 laps for David Collin, 10 laps for Luis Martinez, and 10 laps for Carlos Peniche. That's how close they are. All right, another off there. Who is that? Black lane. That's Lee coming off. Oh, track again. All right, white lane. That was Luis Martinez.
1, go.
That's going to cost him a little bit of lap time there. But David Collin is doing well. He's holding.
Yeah, we got
Calm and cool.
4 of the 6 drivers are all on the lead lap.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a close race. There's some changes with the driver change. We still have more than a minute to go in this very first heat.
Carlos Peniche just came off. Black lane. Lee just came off. So we got 5 NSR 908s and then 1 Thunder slot. All right, white comes off again. It's Luis Martinez. That's going to move him back another slot there too. So Luis Martinez moves back to 4th. David Collins 1st, followed by Carlos Peniche, and Brian Balladares in yellow moves up to 3rd place. All right, 18 laps for David Collin. Coming up on 19 for David. Who's going to get 19 next? That's your next closest. 19 for Carlos. So, yep, he's behind him.
Yeah, David's got almost a lap lead at this point, it looks like.
Yep. Oh, off goes Carlos. There goes that lap lead.
Oh,
dang it. Yep.
No, that actually allows David to extend his lead further.
Yep, try to get that 2
So
lap.
he's in that center blue lane, which
Yep.
some people consider to be one of the very best lanes.
Blue, yellow, and green.
Yeah, so
10 seconds.
getting the most out of it. Well, he's got the chance. There's just a few seconds remaining in this heat.
Yep. Lee's got the fastest lap on black with a 7.0. So that was the first race. All right, so there's going to be a sit out. And Steve comes in. Steve Aguilar comes in. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little hard to read because he's going to start from 0 and everybody else has 20 laps. But I'm sure we'll figure that out at the end. So we've got David Collin in the lead. He is moving to white lane, followed by Carlos Peniche. 2nd place, he is moving to yellow lane. Luis Martinez 3rd. He is moving into, he's sitting out. So that's where Steve comes in. Steve's coming in on red.
Yeah, they come in on red and they go out on white.
That's
so
right.
The driver on white goes out. That was Luis Martinez. And he'll only sit out 1 heat since there's 7.
Right.
And so then he'll be right back coming in on red.
Right.
and the next driver to sit out will be your current white driver, David Collin,
Yep.
who will
Yep.
probably still be the leader. He's got
Oh, yeah.
a nice little lead, and I remember seeing him race here before. He does, he does well.
It's calm and cool.
Steady driver.
Yeah,
yes,
very, very
calm
steady.
and
Yep.
cool. Yes. Yeah.
That's the deal.
Keeps his head on his shoulders. It's important.
Yep.
Because some of the guys can get a little worked up as the day wears on, or as their lap total diminishes.
Hey, Craig, Magnetic Racing's on. Look at that. It's Ian and Doug, or Doug and Ian, or just Ian, or just Doug. So, what's up, guys? How's it going? There's
Yeah.
still got your mouse pad over here. So, Magnetic Racing is in the house. Welcome, guys. Welcome to this is the second race, and this is Can-Am here live from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Thank you to everyone who are watching. Please hit that like and please hit that subscribe so you can stay tuned for all the great content and the great racing we have coming up later. The Fast of the Fast guys later this afternoon.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that Ian and Doug have tuned in. Mark and I are here doing the American English version of what they did 2 weeks ago.
It's Ian, actually.
Ian and
yeah,
Doug?
it's just Ian.
Oh, it's just Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
okay. I
Yeah.
guess I don't
Ian.
expect
There
them
we
to
go.
always be hanging out together.
Well, you never know.
Logging in together.
Birds
but
of a feather.
Doug will maybe hear about it, but that's cool. Ian's out there.
Okay, Craig, now look, we have the same looking two cars. So blue lane and green lane. So you have the same
they're
color car.
side by side.
Side by
Even
side. Oh, man.
A little more challenging.
Yeah,
to lead.
yeah. I think I've been in a race where there are three of the same color cars in the respective lanes next to each other, and man, that was tough.
That can get a little complicated.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get split up and you don't have
Yeah,
to worry about
yeah,
it, 'cause
yeah.
once you focus on your own car.
Yeah, or you may have to just let some go. Let them go, just so you can identify your car. So David Collin he's our leader. He's our leader. He's got 31 laps, followed by Carlos Peniche. He's got 30. And then we got Chris Snyder. So he's pulling up. He was coming out of that red lane.
And this heat is pretty close, though. We've got 3 of them with 8 laps. We've got David, Chris, and Carlos all very
Yep,
close.
within 3 laps of each other.
Oh, and it looks like
David's taking
Carlos is
33.
leading the heat. Oh, Chris is leading the heat, in fact, followed by Carlos and then David. So the way the lap counter works is a little hard to determine who's leading the heat. We have to stare at the laps and
Right.
see how they're switching, but we see
Yeah, David Collin, then Carlos Peniche.
3 drivers with 11
Then Chris
laps,
Snyder.
And I think it's Chris is tripping the lap counter first. There
Yep,
he goes.
yep.
Chris to 13 laps.
Yep.
Carlos to 13,
Yep.
and now David gets his 13th
Yep.
lap.
Yep.
So
But we're still looking at the overall total. So David's got a total of 37, and then Carlos Peniche is right behind him. So David hits 38. Let's see when Carlos hits 38. So what? Less than a lap behind him, right?
Yeah,
Carlos, if he
yeah,
keeps it cool in yellow.
And Chris is just a lap behind that.
That's
so
right.
They all have a
Right.
chance.
Red
to
just came off.
be in the
Oh,
final
Carlos
result.
just came off again in yellow.
1 minute.
So he seems to get an edge, and then all of a sudden he comes out, and then he loses that edge. But he's still hanging. But that gives David Collin a little bit more time to get some distance on him.
Yeah, and gives Chris nearly a lap lead over Carlos in this particular heat. So
Yep.
it gives Chris a chance to move up in the overall.
Right. I just had a rider, which means there's another car on your lane. So there we go. Man, Carlos is really tipping over there in that back corner. So he's going to lose some lap time there. Chris Snyder just moves into second place, takes advantage of that little crash they had there. So there you go. That's kind of how it changes. So we got David Collin, our leader, with 44. Chris Snyder's right behind him with 44, followed by Carlos Peniche in third with 43. And fourth place, Brian Balladares in black. Fifth place, Lee in blue. Sixth place, Steve Aguilar in red lane. All right, we got an overturn here. David just turned over. That was the first major one I've seen from David. But he got it back in. Those marshals are getting a workout today, boy. Hope they're wearing their tennis shoes here. Wow, a lot of action going on. All right, wow. So look at that right there. So Chris Snyder in second. He's right behind David Collin. So David Collin's looking like 47.14, and Chris Snyder 47.11. So they are Chris is knocking on David's door for sure.
Yeah, that's just 3/100ths of a lap that separates them. So that's a very short distance on this track.
Yeah.
You can ride this track into 100 pieces and then take 3 of them. That's what separates them out there.
You can stick your arm out of the window of your car and
Somewhere.
touch the other car. That's how close they are.
Yeah, that's about right.
And Carlos lost some laps there in that last crash he had. It was a big one because you put him back in and then another car crashed into him.
Yeah.
So that's just the luck of the draw there. But
that was valuable ground too,
Yeah.
because now he's more than a lap, nearly a lap and a half behind the leaders, and he actually has a little clear gap to the next two drivers too. So Carlos is in kind of a little steady third place cushion there.
Yep.
Let's see if he can move up and challenge the two leaders, or whether he's going to get chased up from behind.
Yep. And then Brian moves out of black lane. He is moving into blue lane. And let's see who's got the fastest so far. Chris Snyder. He was in. He did a 6.8 in green lane.
Nice, Chris.
Yeah, out of these drivers in this race.
Yeah,
But Todd Ulery has the record on the
and
board.
David was already on that lane, so
Right.
that means Chris beat David's time. Very
Yeah,
nice.
Chris is running a good fast laps in green lane. So, Chris is hungry for this. I think Chris is going to push this one here because he's moving to yellow, and David is sitting out.
Okay,
So he won't have any of that distraction. So hopefully he can make up some time here. We'll see. We'll see what he can do.
yeah.
If he keeps it clean, I think he can pass David. He's at the start. It puts Chris Snyder in the lead, followed by Carlos Peniche, Brian Balladares, Lee in white lane, Luis Martinez in red 5th, and Steve Aguilar 6th in green lane. All right, yellow just came out. That was Chris Snyder. Let's not see too much of that. Keep it cool, Chris.
Yeah.
There you go.
He has moved
Oh,
into
out he
the
goes
lead.
again. Out he
has
goes again.
moved
Hooks it
into the
around.
lead in the race because David is sitting out right now. So
Yep.
Chris is going to get a whole heat ahead.
Yep.
But with two offs already, it may not be such a big advantage. You know, he needs to stretch it now.
And Carlos Peniche is trying to make up some time on him in that black lane. And they're pretty close. They're within a lap of each other. So black and yellow lane. So
And
Chris hits
there-
54.
Yeah, and Brian on blue is actually leading this heat.
Carlos
followed
hits
by
54.
Carlos. Oh, maybe Carlos is taking the lead in the heat.
Okay, he's got 9. Brian's got 9.
Yeah, Carlos
Carlos,
is the
yeah.
heat leader, followed
Yep.
by
He's
Brian.
got the most
So
laps in the heat.
Carlos on the black lane. If he can keep it on,
Yep.
and get back some of the laps he'd given up earlier.
Absolutely. Absolutely perfect run in black lane will get you there. It's got to be perfect, though. No offs. Yellow lane just came off, so Chris takes off a second time that I've seen. So again, Chris Snyder is our leader, followed by Carlos Peniche in black, Brian Balladares in blue lane.
Chris was just off again.
Oh
now,
no!
so
Oh no!
He's really throwing away his yellow lane here. That's bad. Yellow lane's one of the better lanes, so it's really important to get a good lap total on yellow. I mean, it's important to get a good lap total on every lane.
Absolutely.
But yellow, you want to put a lap on your competitors when you're on that lane, hopefully.
Yes. On the average, for me, what I think about is getting 25 laps per lane.
Okay.
If you can get 25 laps per lane, that puts you in the average to above average, especially in red. If you do anything over 25 in red, consider yourself doing a great job, because that's 27. I think it's the most I ever got in red.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's a good way to help keep track of it.
Yep. And then you got to watch out for traffic and who's crashing. So it's not just put the car on the track and just go all out. For me, I mean, if you're an amateur driver, then you kind of get caught up into that speed and fast and catch the guys. I fell out. But as you mature in racing, as you learn how everything goes here, then you kind of start learning, okay, well, maybe there is a strategy, and maybe I should not be 3 wide on the turn, or maybe I should let these guys go first because they're going to crash.
10 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so Chris Snyder is holding the lead, but Carlos Peniche is right behind him. So Chris has 70 laps.
End of stint.
All right, that's the end of the stint. So
Very nice.
I had a question from Nico. So Nico, in the class, so the specs in the sense of what cars, so we have it in our rule book, and you can actually go onto electricdreams.com and look in our rules. And the first things first, it gives you the choice of car. So there are 3 or 4 different brands, actually even including no slot for Can-Am. So once that is decided, then basically the main rule that the 2 rules is the height rule which for this is 0.08 clearance. So with the feeler gauge, we put the 0.08 feeler, and if it intrudes, then the car is too low, but it has to clear. And then there's also the wheel width. So the wheel width, or the width of the tire, has to be within the body shell, and including front and rear. And everything else is everything else. Gears are open. Oh, and then we have the spec motor. So we're using the 21400 motor from NSR, and that's the spec motor which they have in most of their Can-Am cars and some of like the Ford GT. So pretty much everything else. You can have a computer printed chassis. You can have a aftermarket guide. You can use slot invasion. I'm using an NSR. You can
choose whatever tires you want.
Tires and wheels. I'm actually running F1 wheels, which are 13 millimeters wide, with the Ultra Grip tires. So I know 5284 is Super Grip. I think 5286 might be the Ultra Grips. So just for today, I typically run Super Grips, but that 13-inch millimeter width on the wheel gives you a lot of meat on the bone, or we say a lot of tire on the track. So it just seems to work in the 908. It doesn't really look like the wheels belong on that car, but for racing, it certainly serves the car well.
Yeah, and those are the NSR F1
Yes.
wheels. And
That's correct.
A lot of it's about the quality of the tire that comes with that wheel,
Yes,
too.
absolutely.
The tire that mounts on that
Yes.
wheel, they're very hard to beat.
You got to glue and true them too, otherwise the wheels will spin off, especially if you're using a taller gear. Those tires are just, they won't even stay on the rim. So trued and glued always. Glue first, then true, just so you know. Never true and then glue. It's always glue and then true.
Even though we say it the other way around.
I know. It's because when they have it on the package, it says trued and glued. Yeah.
Okay.
It just sounds better that way.
Yeah, it sounds better that way.
All right, so David Collins coming back in, but he has to start on the red lane. So now he's got to make up some lap time. So if he keeps it clean in red lane, he could get the lead back. But again, keep in mind that he had to sit out. So he's currently in fourth right now. So Carlos Paniche is actually our leader in blue, and he's got 74, followed by Chris Snyder in black lane. So it is the quickest way around the track. So let's see if Chris can make up some time here in that black lane. 76 for Carlos, 76 for Chris, so they're very close.
Yeah.
So let's watch that race in blue and black. Let's see. Here comes black lane.
It's actually Brian Balladares is closest behind them. He's in between the two of them.
Yep, he's in third in white lane.
Oh yeah, and he's
Steve's
in
back in.
third also. He's in third overall as well.
Yep.
But Brian is in second in this heat.
Yep. Chris gets his lead back. So Chris just passed Carlos. So let's see it. But if he comes off, it's going to cost him. See if he can keep it in there. 81 for Chris, 81 for Carlos. So they're very close. So let's again watch that race in black and blue lane. They're very close. There they are. There they are, coming around right in front of the booth here. All right. Carlos is trying to edge him out on the straights. Chris knows he has those tight turns. And Carlos just pulls in front of him.
Yeah, it looks
He's
like
slightly in front of him.
pulls away.
He
Carlos
does.
also has the faster lap on black. I
Yes,
noticed Carlos
yes.
owns the fast lap time on the black lane with a 7:031.
Yep.
Chris
is playing it cautious.
7:054. So
Yep.
not too far off.
Chris is keeping it cautious, trying not to fall out, which is not a bad strategy. So 86 for Chris Snyder in black, 87 for Carlos in blue. And we have Brian in third, Luis Martinez in green with fourth, David Collins fifth in red lane, and finally Steve Aguilar sixth in the yellow lane.
Carlos has about a lap and a half lead over Chris in this heat.
30 seconds.
90 laps for Carlos, 90 laps for Chris.
Yeah.
Right. Definitely easy to spot Carlos's car for sure. Yep, I know that car. Definitely stands out against the rest of them. Those two Watkins Glen looking cars.
Yeah.
So at least there's only one now on the track.
David Collins' yellow car is
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
obvious
yeah,
too.
that
I
stands
like
out,
that.
yeah.
He's got a really nice paint color that
Yeah.
he chooses.
That's why I'm running a yellow car too.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, that was the end of the stint there. So Carlos actually takes the lead back, just barely. And then Chris Snyder, second with 94. So Carlos Paniche, 94.81. And then we've got Brian Balladares. He's in white lane. He is moving out because White Lane's got to sit out. And we got Luis Martinez 4th in green. Then David Collin 5th and Steve Aguilar 6th.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
And the software, other software we use would show you an average, so you can better understand how far if David's behind or not. With this, you can't. You can't really tell. It's hard to tell what's going on.
Tim is on too. What's up, Tim, buddy? How you doing? Great to have you here on the channel. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you to everybody who is tuning in here live at Electric Dreams. This is Craig over here. I'm Mark, and we are your host with the most, calling it live trackside here at the Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
And we're glad to have you watching and listening in here to our race broadcast. This is the Can-Am race, as Mark said, from Electric Dreams, El Segundo, California. We've got a few different brands that are available to use in this class. We've got the Thunder Slot cars, as well as the NSRs, and I guess Mark had mentioned a third brand.
Slavitt.
Oh, Slavitt.
McLaren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I heard some Nona or something.
Yeah, well, that's one of the cars that's eligible for the class.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen any yet.
Okay. So another possibility as well.
Yep.
And as Mark said, the rules are out on the Electric Dream website. There's a nice thick rule book, I think of 14, 15, 16 pages. Will tell you all the different classes that we run here at Electric Dreams. And if you can't make it to Electric Dreams, you can still use those rules to run races in your own club races at home with your friends you might race with. The rules, Marco's taken some time to figure out the best cars and classes.
Yes.
The rules are really well defined and
Yes,
could
they
work
are.
well for any club.
Absolutely. Got to follow the rules. So we got Track Fans is on. What's up, Pete? How's it going? Welcome to the broadcast. We have NFL picks as well, and we have Antonio. Welcome, everybody. This is the Can-Am race here. So this is the first race of the day, and we are pretty much right in the middle of this here. We have a couple more races to go. 2 more races to go after this because have to do 7 races. So Chris Snyder is our leader now. He is number 1 in blue lane, followed by Carlos Peniche in white lane, followed by Luis Martinez 3rd in yellow, and then we've got David Collin 4th in green, Lee in red lane 5th place, and finally Steve Aguilar in that black lane 6th place. All right.
Yeah, and Luis Martinez was leading this heat for a bit. I wanted to mention that. He doesn't get a shout out all that often. Great to see you here, Luis. Good driving.
Yep.
And
always was sporting got his martini wear on, man. He's always the best dressed man on the track here with the hat and everything matching.
That is true. That is true. He's got his team sponsored.
That's how we do it.
The teams he's standing behind.
Yeah, it's great. That is great.
And good to see him running in 3rd place right now.
Yep. And Carlos Peniche just comes off in white lane.
But David Collin on green, it looks like, is the leader of this heat. And so that bodes well for him in the overall race.
Yep.
Remember that he has sat out 1 heat, so he's deficit. Although now we're getting to the point where more than half of them have sat out.
Right.
So the lap totals are starting to make a little more sense in terms of being able to see who's ahead of who.
Right. And that's the way it goes. I know it can be confusing a little bit for some, but it'll all make sense in the end. All right, Chris Snyder in blue with 110 laps, followed by Carlos Peniche in white with 108 laps. 3rd place, Luis Martinez, 86. Remember, he was sitting out. And then we got 4th place, David Collin with 86. 5th place, Lee in red lane with 77. And Steve Aguilar in black lane with 75 laps. And welcome, John. How's it going? Thank you for coming in onto the live chat here at the Electric Dreams Can-Am race here live from El Segundo, California. And please, please, please don't forget to like, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, and stay tuned for all the great content that we have here from Electric Dreams. From great racers to great races. There we go. All right, Chris is still our leader. Less than 10 seconds left to go in this race here. See who's got the fast lap here so far. It looks like Chris Snyder has the fastest lap in this group with 6.73. All right, lane change here.
Yeah, Chris has the fast lap on 3 of the lanes now.
Yep.
So that bodes well for his overall finish. If he's been keeping it on, he could well be the true leader. He is shown in first place right now, but with the sit-outs, it's a little difficult to know who the true leader is.
Right.
But it looks like there's a good chance that that is Chris, because he does have the fast lap on 3 of the lanes.
Yep, yep.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
And someone needs to clear that one out, actually.
Still showing Todd's fastest new track record in the yellow lane here. So if you see the race screen, you'll see Todd's not racing, but that's the standing record right now, 5:7:02. Dang, that's fast.
Yeah.
He's running nitrous. I don't know what the heck's going on with that car.
He tilts the track a little when he stands there, so he gets more downhill than the other guys. I think I heard that's what it is.
What do you mean there's a magnet? No, just kidding. Todd's a great racer.
He was more than 2/10 faster than the next fastest driver.
Yeah.
So that's tough to beat. That's demoralizing.
Well,
so we'll see how many laps ahead he can finish.
Probably break the track record for cumulative laps as well.
For Can-Am.
Yeah. That's racing. If you want a good car, you got to spend the time to set it up.
Yeah, and we know Todd spends a good bit of time with that. He is a great driver too. And now we've got the 2 Watkins Glen cars side by side.
Yeah.
And they're starting very close to each other. Let's hope.
Gosh,
actually, it looks like one of them's got
the
lipstick.
red. Yeah, in the front, it's got the red spoiler, but they're different numbers.
Yeah, so they're ever so slightly different cars, even though they're the same car.
Wow. Okay, well, let's see how this goes.
The difference is you couldn't tell.
It's car confusion. Imagine if there was one more. Oh, goodness. Wow. Well, there you go. It's more inspiration for me to keep painting my own cars. There you go, just because of that. Right, track call, we got a rider. Who was that? Gonna put him behind the line. I think he need to take a lap away because he was across the line.
2, 1, go.
Get that all squared out at the end of the race. Right, Chris Snyder with 121 laps, followed by Luis Martinez with 96 laps. Oh, who came out? That was green lane, that was Lee. Third, we have David Collin in yellow. Fourth, Brian Balladares in that red lane. Fifth, we have Lee in green. And sixth, Steve Aguilar in blue lane.
Yeah, let's see if David Collin can make his comeback run here now. He's on yellow. Got
Great
black
lane.
to go. He was leading the race when he first sat out, went down to red. We got other drivers down on the high end of the track now. You got Chris Snyder on white.
Yep.
Let's see, this is a good chance for David to make a comeback. He's moved up to third.
Yep. They're close. He's so close.
Yeah.
David's coming up on Lewis. Look at that race in black and yellow.
Yeah,
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, it's close.
I would
Who
say
came out?
David,
Blue just came out.
David will definitely.
Black just came out. So black just came out. Uh-oh. I think David's going to catch him. Yep, he sure did. Yeah, look at that. That was it. That's the way the cookie crumbles, kids.
Yeah. David moves into second.
Yeah.
Luis is now in third on black. Luis may be in trouble, though. I think some other drivers are going to come after his lap.
Red just came out. White just came out again. I think that was a collision between red and white. All right, David he's gunning. I mean, David is putting in some good laps here. So he can easily be in second place.
He's ahead of Chris.
Yep.
So,
But they're pretty close.
Yeah, but it's only 25 laps between the two. Yeah,
Right.
That is about
That's
one
the
heat.
average right
That's the
there.
average.
Yeah,
So,
yep.
So,
Yeah,
so that does not mean that David has a clear lead over Chris.
that's right.
He's got to hang in there,
As
finish
we-
these last few heats, and kind of hope that Chris doesn't do so well on red.
That's the longest way around.
In fact, that's all that's left.
Oh, track call. What is going on over here? Somebody came right into the wall there.
Oh, in
Hello,
fact,
Steve.
I guess Chris is actually going to be done after this.
Yes. Oh yeah.
He'll go to sit out, and then the others will have to come and get him.
Yep, that's right.
He'll hopefully sit out in first place. That'll feel pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, so see that lap didn't count. Okay, they corrected it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 laps worth.
So Chris Snyder is our leader. All right, followed by David Collin in yellow, Luis Martinez in black, third. Brian Balladares fourth, red. Fifth place, Lee in green, and sixth, Steve Aguilar in blue lane.
No, I don't. Yeah, David.
All right.
David's not going to probably be able to catch Chris because.
Okay. So that's it for Chris Snyder. So he's going to finish a little bit under average. So for the average needs to be 150. So if we're looking at average 25 laps per lane, just a little bit under the average there, but he finishes out with 142. And then there's a correction here, the zone correction.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, and David Collins moving to the black lane. Hopefully he can keep it in there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, but he has too many laps to make up. I don't think he can really do it, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of laps.
Yeah, he's got to do 25
Yeah,
laps.
add 25. Yeah.
It looks like he's normally doing about 24.
Yeah.
So,
That's going to be close if he gets 25. I mean, yeah.
Looks like he's, and I'd say he's probably solidly got second place.
He's got to run a perfect race in black. That's what he's got to do. No outs.
Yeah. If he's going to catch Chris Snyder, who is your leader.
Yep. This is where you want to keep it cool and clean. It's challenging. What can I say? I've been there before, where you really want to just keep it in, and anything can happen. I mean, even if a little piece of braid pops up and you starts to lift your car out of the slot, those things happen.
Yeah, and David's just 3/10 ahead of Lewis actually too, so that's interesting because Lewis is going to blue. So Lewis is going to a very good lane, and he's really just ever so slightly behind David. So David actually is under pressure for second place.
David just passed us, but he's in the zone. He's so focused. I was going to say something, but I said, well, maybe I better not mess him up. Right? Yeah, no. Let him do his thing. All right, so keep an eye out for David Collin in that black lane, in that yellow 908 right there. One of the easiest cars to see on the track. And again, you are coming in live on YouTube here. This is the Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. And I'm here with Craig Williams and Marc. This is Marc Natividad and Craig. So Marc and Craig we're your hosts with the most, and calling it live trackside. And it's great to be here. And it's great to have all these racers come and join us. Even got some customers coming in. And high five or a fist bump. All right. So now Luis Martinez. Oh, he just slipped back. So now David Collin just moved into that first place.
Oh, wow.
So let's see how this is going to pan out. So it looks like we're going to have a race between black lane and blue lane. So again, David's got to keep this absolutely perfect.
Yeah, but that's not really. I mean.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know, but
It's not accounting for the person who's not on the track.
The person sitting out.
Yeah. It would be nice if it could somehow
keep
in mind that person's in the race still. Yeah.
We need that software update.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So we'll all know how this ends when it ends. That's
we can't. Yeah. It'll be hard to tell until it's really over, because what it really comes down to is David needs to get 25 laps right here in this black lane run.
Yep.
And then he'll be within tenths of Chris, but he's probably more likely to get a 24, which means Chris will have a solid win. Congratulations for him. So,
but got 142 laps, 142.
Yeah.
So, and it could, you can get 142 in a greater tenth and 2/10. If someone's got 1/10 and you have 2/10, that means you're in the front. So it could go like that too. You can win a race by a whole foot, or need I say inches. You can win. It's happened to me before. A car was a little nose ahead of me, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, and this is a rare instance in some ways where Chris isn't on the track, so he can't lose the race for himself at this point.
Right.
He's put in a good total.
Yep.
He's put out a lap basically ahead of the rest of them. They
Yep.
all have to work extra hard to try to bring back that lap. He's
Yep.
put out ahead of them. And so now he can kind of sit back and feel comfortable with what he's done. In
Right.
fact, what's happened is David's only enjoying black so well, and it looks like Luis Martinez has moved into the lead as
Yep.
we show it here.
Yep.
He's on the same lap as David, but
Yep.
he's ahead of him.
135 for Lewis, and 135 for David in black.
David,
Yeah.
yep. And it's a pretty close heat, actually. We have 3 drivers all
Yep.
approaching 20.
And then a good race between 3 and 4. So we have Carlos in red with 134 and Brian Balladares with 134. So they're very close. So there's going to be a position change there.
Yeah.
Right behind him. Brian's right behind him. So watch green and red lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second place is up in the air.
Yep. Look, 136 for red, 136 for green.
So Carlos with a decent red run.
Yep. Nope, they're not going to make that 142, that's for sure. Lewis has just got to 140, but there's less than 5 seconds.
Wow.
And he's going to finish out at 140. 141. Wow, squeaked another lap there.
Lewis finishes
Yeah,
second.
so good job. So Chris Snyder, 142.
Yeah.
That was enough.
Chris
That-
Snyder
that-
wins
yeah.
the race and sets 3 of the fast lap times for
Yep.
the laps for white, green, and blue
Yep.
lanes.
Great job, Chris. Now we're counting the tenths, or the distance between the cars. So we call them zone corrections.
Yeah, the remainder of the lap that the cars had completed when the power went off. So each of the cars has completed a portion of a lap here after the power was shut off, and now we're going to count how many of those portions. The track's been divided into 100 segments. Is that how it works?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, they're not equal feet. They're 100 segments. Or maybe.
It looks like some of them might be a foot,
Yeah, yeah.
so.
But they're not all equal.
but not on the turns.
No.
Like that black lane.
There was some other
Yeah.
method used to determine.
Yep. So here's the results. All right, Chris Snyder pulls out the win with 142.59. Luis Martinez, second place, 141.07. David Collin was very close behind him, but needed a lap or two, 140.39. Brian Balladares finished with 138.67. Carlos Peniche, he fell way back there, but he was right behind Brian. He's got 138.12. Lee with 128.82, and finally Steve Aguilar, first race here. Good job, Steve. 122.69.
All right, so that puts the first race in the books, and we're getting ready to line them up for the second heat race of the day.
So guys, you're watching.
No, not because of the race.
I need Steve, number 2. Lee, number 1. Where's Lee? Okay, number 1 for Lee.
Correct.
Brian, 6.
All right.
David.
Got customers coming in the shop asking me about racing, but because we want the drivers to focus, the other track is closed today so that way there's no distractions. Yeah, fair enough.
And what's up with the red lane over there, Mark, on the other track? I see that it's like taped off, not for use.
I don't know if it's an issue with the actual connection, the power, the track rails, or if it's a problem with the software or the counter. So we're still trying to diagnose that.
It's not getting power the way it used to.
All right, next race.
My last name is Williamson.
That's right.
Pick up your cars, put them on the track, let's do the warm line.
Common mistake.
And still don't see the marshals, Lee. Where's Lee?
That works.
Okay.
All right, we're lining up for the next race. We've got Tony Castillo, Jim Monda, Dave Rose, Adrian Balladares, and that name sounds familiar. That's the brother of Brian. And we got Rick from Pennsylvania and David Angelucci.
Yeah, and Dave Rose is from Florida.
Yep,
So you got 2 out-of-state drivers in this one race.
there you go.
Yeah, Dave travels for work and happens to be here in California for a few weeks or a month or something based, and comes by and races pretty regularly.
Oh yeah, he's a slot car nut.
You wouldn't know that he's not from here.
He's from races Florida to NorCal to SoCal. Yeah. That's the living the dream, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's nice to have to be able to go to different places in different states, and you're working, so you got to go there anyway. And then you just, I'm just stop by the slot car track. Wow.
Yeah. He was just out racing in my garage last weekend.
Yeah. Silver Lake, man.
A few of the other guys.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great guys, though. All these guys, these great group of guys, and Craig, I known you for a while, and met you at the Far Out Racing, and it's just great to see all these people who are still kind of in there, and just the camaraderie we have, the friendship, and the common bond we have with slot cars. It's just been great.
Yeah, it surprises me sometimes now when I realize how long ago that was when I first came to the Far Out Slot Car Club and found some of the other guys racing and stuff.
90s?
So.
Was it 90s or early 2000s?
The early 2000s. Been about 20 years now.
Yeah.
You know? Wow. So that's pretty good. And I never raced slot cars when I was a kid, other than maybe on someone's floor, some Joe or anything.
Me both. Yep.
Yeah. So it was all kind of new to me, and I first learned with the 1/32 scale cars like we're racing here today.
Yeah.
And then after being in the Far Out Slot Car Club for a little bit, someone mentioned Buena Park Raceway, and I said, "What? Buena Park Raceway?"
Yeah.
I said, "I guess I can guess where that is."
Yeah.
Is that really a commercial?
Guess
raceway?
where it was.
So I went down to Buena Park Raceway and got to race some 124 scale on the large commercial tracks there. Met a bunch of other great guys, including that's where I met Eddie Shore. I invited him to come race with our Far Out club.
Yeah.
And
Fast Eddie.
Yep, Fast
Santa
Eddie.
Fe Eddie, I can call him today.
So, so that was a great experience to get to do the 124 scale, and then eventually Buena Park Raceway did close, but now we're racing over at Piranha Raceway in Norwalk.
Yep.
124 scale as well. So if you're
Whittier.
interested in doing
Whittier. Is that Whittier or Norwalk?
I think they say Norwalk, but it's near Whittier.
Okay.
It's close. Right. Yeah. But Norwalk, it's depending on where you live, it could be very convenient and close to the freeway because it's near the 605, or it could be only so convenient to the freeway. So.
Well, see, now you can sit here in this booth and look at the Buena Park Slot Cars sign up there. Look at that.
That's true. Yeah, that yellow sign you see in the background, people, where it says slot cars, that was in the front window at Buena Park Raceway in Buena Park.
All right. Hey, so the race is going. Oh, wow. When did that start?
Lap 1. Oh, it looks like we've had an accident already.
Yep.
We've got a split in the field. You got 3 drivers out front, turning 3 laps. Then you got 3 drivers who just
big crash back there
to their 3rd lap.
Big crash. Ooh, and the nerves are starting to pick up here.
Guys, right in front of you. Pull out. Guys, right in front of you. Pull out. Right in front of you.
What is going on?
I think there's maybe parts on it.
Oh boy.
Something.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got.
There's something in the lane.
I see.
Oh, is that Jim Mondo's car?
A couple of cars are deslotting in the same spot, so there's suspicion that there may be something down in the groove.
Yep.
So they're checking the groove now.
Oh, someone lost. Was that? Oh, Jim lost an axle. Jim lost his front axle.
Oh, that's too bad because Jim was going to be a major contender in this race.
He was first. He moves back to 3rd now. Yeah. Well, hopefully they can fix it. You got to lash those screws down. I don't know what to say. It's check, double check.
Yeah.
Yep. Measure twice, cut once, kind of thing. It happens.
Yeah, it is surprising how tight you have to tighten those down, actually.
Yep.
If you just kind of crank them a little bit, your wheels will start moving around.
That's right. And then out you go. Centrifugal force on the curves. Out your axle goes. Out your wheel pops.
Jim, they were going to give him the opportunity to put his axle back together, but for some reason he didn't want to rush into it.
Yeah,
so it looks like he's pulled out of the race.
Stepping out.
Yep. With 420 laps. So he's headed off to the 420 zone, I guess.
Yeah. That's disheartening because it's just, you spend all the time. He's been here all week setting up his car and fixing it, and he has a good car, and then, so.
Yeah.
I feel for you. I lost a wheel one time, and we had a NASCAR parked here, and the wheel went under the car. Oh. And I couldn't get it. It was racer sideways, so my wheel fell off, and I had to get a stick to get the wheel, and so I set out for the rest of the race, and then finally someone loaned me a wheel from their car so I could finish the race.
Yeah,
it's humbling.
It definitely feels, as a bummer when your car's sidelined and then you're sitting there watching the race you're supposed to be in.
Yeah. So Dave Rose is taking the lead, definitely taking advantage of that, and then Adrian Balladares. I want to say Brian because he was in the last race. So then you got Rick, our Pennsylvania guy. He's in third place.
Yeah, so we got green, blue, and
Great
yellow.
Great race. 1, 2, 3,
Center
4.
lanes on the track.
Yep. 13 for the first two.
Dominating
For first and second. 13 for the third now. And we got 12 for fourth. David Angelucci in that black lane. And Tony Castillo in the red lane, just making lap time.
Yeah, Tony will be in this in the end.
Yeah, he's a good racer. He's just keeping it cool, keeping his car in on red. That's what you do on red.
He won his heat in the slotted challenge.
Yeah.
When we were here,
He's a good driver.
Race, so he's definitely a good driver and here quite often practicing. And that's the man who, by the way, I met his wife over at Marco's house when I was there, and we had a great conversation all pretty much the whole day.
Yeah.
Just Tony and his wife and I.
Great guy, yeah.
Yeah, they're really nice.
Up in the gazebo.
Yeah,
hanging
exactly.
out. Yeah, that was fun.
And they lived fairly close to there too, so that was fun. We were talking about the old neighborhood where I used to live, not too far away either.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
All right, so look at this. Rick is our leader now. Look at that. Adrian is second. Dave Rose moves back to third. David is still holding the fourth place, but that was a quick switch right there.
It's very close.
1 and 2, blue and yellow, close race.
Blue, green.
Close race. Dave is at 22. Who's going to get 23? First to 23 is Rick. Right behind him is Adrian, and right behind Adrian is Dave Rose in green. Yeah. So look at this. Yellow, blue, and green. Look at this.
Yeah,
Wow.
all close together
Look at
on
that.
the
They're
track.
all on 24, but now the tenths separate them. Wow.
Yeah.
Great racing. Rick from Pennsylvania. Go, Rick, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
Because I know a lot of these guys put in a lot of laps on this track. They come here often.
Yeah, he was here all day Friday.
Oh, and there's Tony's pit crew.
Yay, Tony's pit crew.
I saw that interview. Just last night I was watching some of the previous broadcasts, and Mark did a nice interview with Tony.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it's great.
That was cool.
Great people.
Yeah, they do.
You see, and as it goes, a couple that races together stays together.
Right. Well, especially if your wife just cruise.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Although, hey, if you got a girl that's exceptionally fast on the track, I would pit for her.
Oh yeah,
for
she
sure.
wants to race.
For sure.
But a lot of women are, they're not as interested, so that's okay.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to have participation, nevertheless.
Yeah, she shows up. Look, she's even got her
Got the
little
racing gear on.
Racing gear on.
It's
her
great. I
uniform,
love it.
So
All slot car girls welcome,
we should all be so lucky.
especially if they're single, and that's just for me.
Yeah.
Craig too. Yeah.
As long as you let them,
Yeah,
As long as they let us spend money on slot cars once in a while.
Hey, they buy purses and makeup and stuff, and we buy slot cars.
We buy slot cars. Yeah.
Sometimes tennis
Slot cars
shoes.
last longer.
And they're never mad at you. They don't tell you to do the dishes or take the trash out either.
That's right.
Anyways, all right, welcome back to the race, everybody.
Much easier to
Craig
get rid of.
Williamson here, having some fun with him. Great guy. Marc Natividad, as you know. This is the Can-Am. This is the second race of the day. And coming up to some great races this afternoon. Some really fast times. You got Todd Ulery setting a new track record today with a 5.7. And we got the three top drivers. We got Dan, and we've got Mike McCleneghan. So we got Todd, Dan, and Mike McCleneghan all in that top, shooting it out for the A main here today. All right, Rick is in black. Let's see what he's got. If he can keep that car in the lane, he's going to keep his first place. But right behind him is Adrian. Right behind him, literally on his door. 26 laps for Rick, 26 for Adrian. 27 for Rick, 27 for Adrian, so they're very close. Fourth and fifth are fighting it out, 25 laps each. Okay, here comes Dave Rose charging. He's got 27, trying to get some distance on fourth and fifth, trying to keep his third place.
They're setting some pretty good lap times too. Actually.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing some 6.6s, 6.7s.
Yep.
So
These are all the guys on the track now. So all the guys on the track now are definitely setting some fast laps.
Yeah, they own mostly all the track records now. Lap lane records. And
6.4.
Yeah, 6.4 on
Wow.
yellow. Marco cleared out the time
Yeah,
that was Todd's, and now we can see what the times in these heats are.
Right.
6.4, that's
Right.
really impressive.
Oh, he's going to put that control on the map if he wins this one.
That's true. He's got
Got that nice green light on it. That's pretty cool.
I know. I noticed that.
Yeah, it's like I want one of those. Have to do some homework. Probably have to get it from Europe. Yeah, we'll see. I'm good. I've got my DeFalco, so Unless somebody wants to sponsor me, then
Yeah.
I'll happily accept any controller.
Yeah, controllers can get a bit expensive. You don't want to collect too many of those. Better
Yeah.
to collect cars than
Yeah,
controllers.
that true speed, what's $5? Yeah, that
something
true
like
speed. All right, so Adrian moves up to the lead now. Dave Rose moves back to second. Wow, Rick moves to third. He's in that black lane, so I think he came off. That's what happens there. So now Adrian's taking advantage of it. He's our leader, followed by Dave Rose second, trying to get that lead back, followed by Rick in black, Tony Castillo fourth in green, David Angelucci fifth in blue, and Jim Monda. Oh, Jim Monda's stepping back on the track.
Adrian
He's
on
coming back.
white,
He's gonna-
your overall leader, but Tony's leading this heat actually on green.
Yeah.
So he's making a charge to try to come up to the front.
Okay. Good to see Jim back.
Two laps between Adrian, yeah, and Jim's now coming
Yep.
in on red. He's going to give it a go.
Finish with dignity. Finish your
Repaired
race.
his car. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good sportsmanship.
Yeah, no, that's the way.
Absolutely.
You feel much better at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Even if your car has a little problem, if you
Yeah.
come back out and finish all your laps,
That's
finish
it.
your heats, you go home with a better feeling.
Yep.
So
I'm the same
keep
way.
that in mind.
I'm the same way.
Young racers, don't throw in the towel just because you're having a bad day.
It's easy to get frustrated, I understand.
Yeah.
But some people are more hard on themselves. So
Yeah, and some people like to run off to their box and work on their cars
Yeah.
under
Oh, yeah.
pressure.
Oh,
They
yeah.
do it
Yeah.
great. Some of us, myself, not so much.
yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I'll take my
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
where Jim was at. He said,
Yeah.
I don't need to have everybody staring at me while
Right,
I try to
right.
fix this axle.
Fix it right, and it won't happen again.
Please change lanes.
And he
All right.
knew his race was decided.
Yep. So Adrian's going to sit out.
And
Oh wait, no sitting out in this place. We're good. No more 7. Okay, we're good. We're just rotating.
And Adrian and Dave are both pretty close to that target 25 we were talking about earlier, 25 laps per heat. So with a 49.6 for each of them, they're getting near that 25 total that the better half of the drivers can do.
Right.
You know? So
Right.
that's not an easy to achieve mark to do 25 laps on every lane here.
Especially with the other drivers on the track and traffic and people knocking you off. So yeah, anything could happen. So it's really, the best I think I've done is maybe 3 lanes in a race without falling off one time. So could be even 2. Definitely 2 for sure, but 3 at the most. That's the best I've ever done.
Okay. Yeah, and the number of lanes that you can get 25 laps on, I can see where that's a really good gauge.
Oh yeah.
For keeping track of how
Yes.
well you're doing here with 3-minute heats.
Yes.
So you see that Tony was able to get 26 laps this time, but he doesn't have an average of 25.
Right.
So when he was up there on red, he must have fallen down to about 22 laps, 22 or 23 laps.
Or playing it cool and not falling out. So
Yeah,
that's another good strategy.
Right, because red is more difficult. So
Oh, yeah.
most drivers, some will get 25 on red, but there it's much harder.
Yeah.
So let's see if Tony can get 25 on his other lanes, though. He's got 26 on green.
Got to just drive that red lane. You can't race it. You got to drive it.
And 2 drivers with 25 in this most recent heat.
Yep. Okay, so let's see. Let's watch this race now between white lane and yellow lane. So white and yellow, 2 lane separation between. But white is the almost furthest to the outside, and yellow is almost to the closest inside. So
Well, you got yellow and black side by side, too.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they're both
yeah.
major features in this
oh
race.
yeah. Yep.
As Tony's make his comeback here on yellow.
All right, thank you everyone for tuning in here live at the Can-Am race at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. This is Craig Williamson here to my right, and I'm Marc Natividad, your host with the most today, calling it live trackside. And please don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for all the good stuff and content we have, and the people coming in this store. You just never know. So, all right, well, welcome everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're watching us from.
Yeah, welcome everyone. We're here in Los Angeles, California, actually El Segundo specifically, having a great time. It's a beautiful day, and I hope you're having a wonderful time wherever it is you are.
There you go. Make the best of it. And we got Dave Rose pulling into the lead in that black lane, followed by Rick. Rick is trying to make a comeback on him. He's second place in blue lane, followed by Adrian. Adrian falls back a bit because he's in that red lane. I just heard blue coming off here. Oh, that might cost him. That might cost him. Because they're very close. Red lane and blue lane, very close to each other. Right on each other's doors here.
Yeah.
So there could be a position change here.
Down on black, Dave Rose actually.
Yep,
takes
Adrian
the
moves it.
overall
Adrian
lead
moves
of the
in.
race.
Oh, now it changes again. Adrian moved to second. Now he moves back to third. Now Rick moves to second now. He moves out of third. Wow. And Dave Rose is just keeping it cool in the black lane. Just like watching him come around the corner.
Look at Jim.
Yeah.
Jim Moda's actually in second in this heat.
Yep.
So it's too bad he missed that one.
Yeah.
He
is making
had
some
to
laps
sit
though.
out 'cause
Yeah, he's
he
making
is-
some laps.
Yeah, he's definitely competitive in this group. He definitely would have had a good run if he'd have stayed on. In fact, he is the heat leader right
Yep,
now. It
yep.
looks like he just took the heat lead on green.
Yep, most laps.
First to 18.
Yep.
And then it's Rick at 18, and then Dave Rose at 18,
Yep.
and then here comes Tony Tony's a lap down to Jim Moda.
Yep.
Jim Monda.
Jim Monda.
Man of the world, Jim Monda.
All right, good stuff. Of course, we've got some great racing coming up later this afternoon. Probably take a little break. I'll need to take a break. I'll need some nutrition and some hydration. I got my hydration. I just need nutrition.
30 seconds.
But the A main is coming up later this afternoon. The fastest, the best of the best. And we have a new track record set today by Todd Ulery. So it's going to be an interesting race. So the three top guys for the A main will be Todd Ulery, Dan Tufts, and Mike McCleneghan. All right, 73 for Dave Rose in first. Rick is 73, so he's right behind Dave. Third place, Tony Castillo, 72, trying to come and chase Rick down in that black lane. He can keep it cool. He can keep it in. Fourth is Adrian in red. Fifth, David Angelucci in white lane. And sixth, Jim Monda in green lane. No more sit-outs.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. So Rick wins that heat, and he's in second place overall in the race.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Dave Rose leads the race on black, and he had the second highest lap total of that heat.
On 6:42 on blue lane. Great stop, Rick.
Attention, 1 minute left.
It's about 45 seconds till this heat starts again, so the drivers get an opportunity to clean their tires, oil the axle. There's also some what we call braid juice, which is a little bit of lubrication for the braids that are on the car, run on the rails of the track. The rails are what deliver the power to the cars. So every lane has a positive and a negative rail. Drivers hold the controller that applies power to that rail. That's how they drive the cars. It's pretty precise control. You can't just hold the trigger down and go all the way around and crash immediately. Drivers are using their controllers to control the car. By braking at the optimum point, it actually helps the car make its way around the corner more quickly, saving them time and moving ahead.
Three, two, one, go.
All right, and they're off. The start of heat 4 out of 6 for this heat race. And Jim Monda takes the lead. Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, look at that. Dave Rose. And then Rick is in second in white. Tony Castillo's trying to come up in that black lane. He's in third. Adrian in fourth. David in fifth. He's in red lane. And Jim Monda sixth in yellow lane. Dave Rose comes off. And Rick takes advantage of that, so it puts Rick back in first place.
All right. And Jim Monda is actually leading. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, a lot of position changes here. It's getting interesting.
Yeah.
But Rick keeps on coming back. He's trying to really get some distance on him, but Dave is right behind him. And then we got a fight between black lane and green lane. So that's Tony in black, Adrian in green. So third and fourth are very close as well. But 1 and 2, Dave Rose takes his lead back, passes him up in a blue lane, but they are door to door. So good race in white and blue. So white and blue. There's one lane that separates white and blue. That's the green lane. But watch for white and blue.
Yeah, and Green's trying to catch them both, actually.
Yep.
He's in second place in this heat. Jim Monda's leading this heat.
Okay, well, that Rick just came off. Oh, he's in white. Oh, shoot.
Attention, 1 minute.
That allows
Adrian and Tony. Still a battle in that black and green lane. 91 for Tony.
It's very close.
Tony
We
moves
got
up to second
three
place.
Drivers with 91 and one
Yep.
with 93.
Oh, now he moves back. So they're changing. Wow.
Yeah, Dave
This.
Rose 1 lap ahead of the other 3.
Yep.
Rick, Adrian, and Tony
Yep.
all running very closely.
Tony now moves to second. Rick to third. Dave Rose is holding the lead. 96 for Dave Rose. 95 for Tony. Okay, about 10 seconds here. All right. No pun intended, but it's heating up here. Look at this. Wow.
Yeah, it is getting
1, 2, 3,
warmer.
4. Look at that.
In the
Wow.
center, please change lanes.
Wow. Okay.
All right, I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going
right.
to leave it to Mark.
Go right ahead.
In fine hands. He's got way more practice at this than I do. Doing
All
a
right.
Fine job.
Somebody's got to eat here, so let's
that's
let
it.
Craig get fueled up.
It's time for me to go and have a little lunch.
All right, and good morning, Malcolm from New Zealand. How's it going? Welcome to the live broadcast here. It's the Can-Am race here at Electric Dreams live in El Segundo, California. This is Marc Natividad, your host with the most, coming to you live on the YouTube channel. Please make sure you like, please make sure that you subscribe and get all the content and all the great slot car related stuff. And again, as I always say, you never know who's going to walk in. So, yeah, met a lot of people here. Chip Ganassi, Zach Brown, John Morton. Yeah, just to name a few. Great stuff. All right, so we're cleaning tires. We are putting on some braid juice. And
Attention, 1 minute.
we will resume the races here. We have 2 more races to go. So already seeing some fast times here on the track, but Jim Monda is running some great times. 6:3.4 on yellow, even though he had to stay out of the rest of one of the races for axle repair, just to fix that. But he's finishing with good sportsmanship and dignity and finishing out his race. He's trying to make some laps. But as you can see, his car is a great car, and he's doing a 6.3 with that car. So it's hard to come back from that and win the race. So you just have to make as many laps, because it does count in the driver's standings. It's making laps, and the DNF is or did not finish just gives you a 0. So I'd rather finish with a few points than 0 points. That's in my book. So we got Dave Rose. He's our first place. He's moving to white lane, and then we have Tony Castillo. He is moving to blue lane, so they're switching out. So Dave's in white, Tony's in blue. Third is Rick in red, and I'm sure that's going to be a lot of work in that red lane for Rick to stay in there without falling out, and just to keep his position. But as it goes, red lane's tough. And just has to get that red lane done, get his 25 laps if he can in red lane, and call it a day. So let's see how close 1 and 2 are. So Dave is on 103. And Tony's on 103. So probably about a lap. Probably about a lap. So 104 for Dave. Tony's coming up on him. 104 for Tony in blue. Rick is trying to hold his position. He's got 104. Fourth place, Adrian in fourth in yellow lane. Ooh, big crash, big crash. Ooh, lots of crashes. Wow. So red came out, black came out. Wow. All right. And again, there has been a change. So Adrian moves to third. Rick moves back to fourth. And Dave Rose is still our leader, but Tony is right behind him. Red comes out again. Red comes out again. That's a tough one. All right. Rick, no more of that. Let's keep it clean. Great view from up here in the commentator booth. You can see the whole track. I've got the track feed, the cameras. I've got all the lap counting system in front of me, so it's done proper. It's great to have this system. It's very easy. I don't have to look over anybody's shoulder and call the shots here. All right, so as it goes, so Tony now takes the lead. He's our leader in blue lane, followed by Dave Rose in white, followed by Adrian Balladares in yellow. Finishing out is Rick, fourth in red, David Angelucci, fifth in green, and Jim Monda, sixth in black lane. All right, Tony's trying to keep his lead. So, good race between blue lane and white lane. Still a lap between the two. So Tony's our leader now in blue lane, followed by Dave Rose in white lane. Ooh, somebody just comes out. Ooh. That was green. All right, Adrian just comes out. He's in yellow. Less than 10 seconds left. All right, Tony's trying to get some more distance on that white lane, but David Rose is right behind him. All right, so that's how we're going to finish this. All right, one more race here. One more race. So Tony Castillo is right under the 125 average, and right behind him is Dave Rose with 123. And third place, Adrian, 121. Fourth place, Rick Eickhoff in red. He's got 119. Fifth place, David Angelucci, 116. And Jim Monda, black lane with 86. Thank you for joining us. We are here live at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California with the Can-Am race. It is a great day. I've got 80 degrees here on the thermometer. Welcome, everybody. It is a great day for racing. Can-Am, my favorite. I'm coming up later on, I think in a couple of heats. So I'll be doing my best to make my 25 laps per lane. Let's see if I can do that today. I feel pretty confident and cool today, so I'm just going to keep it in the slot and do my 25 laps per lane. And then some.
He's now racing at wing. Fastest level per day, I had a 6-2 for a
30 seconds.
Okay, so we got 31 people in here on the chat, and thank you to everybody who is participating and all my favorite influences there. We got track fans, we got Nico, Slot Car Dude, we've got Ian and Doug from Magnetic Racing. So all the great people are here today watching the race, and thank you for your support. And also a shout out for Frankie Valles. He is recovering, and Frankie, I wish you a quick recovery.
3, 2, 1, power.
All right, Nico, we'll see you next time. Have a good night. We'll see you out there and watching your content. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, Ian and Doug. Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like I'm like half dressed from like the torso up because you guys aren't here, and but I know you're here in spirit, so we shall comment on. How's that? All right, so Tony Castillo is our leader. He's in first place, followed by Dave Rose. He's in that red lane. So let's see if he can make up his time and keep that car in the slot and do 25 laps solid without falling off, keep his position. Third is Adrian. He's in the black lane. That's the fast lane around. He's going to take advantage of that. So we'll see what happens. Still 2 laps difference between second and third. Fourth place, Rick moves back to fourth, but he's coming out of red. He's in green. He's going to try to make up some lap time as well. David Angelucci in fifth. And finally, Jim Monda, sixth in that blue lane. Okay. Jim is still running fast with his car. 6.3, the best he did. He's got the fastest car in the group. And unfortunately, he had some car issues. The front axle came out and the wheel came off. It's going to cost you. All right, Rick just comes out. Green lane, tips right over to the side there. All right, so that's going to put him back and forth. Adrian takes advantage of that. Adrian's in third. Tony's still holding his own in first place in white, followed by Dave Rose in red lane. So Tony Castillo first, Dave Rose second, Adrian Balladares third, Rick Eickhoff fourth, David Angelucci fifth, and Jim Monda sixth. Let's go Can-Am Racing. All right, that was black lane came out there, Adrian. Great racing here today. Pretty good variety of cars here. So I have seen well, let's see, I've got Porsche 908. I've seen some Thunderslot McLarens. I've seen an NSR 91710. And I've seen a slotted McLaren. So 4 different cars here today racing on the track. Great to have variety and not just see one type of car or the other. I think pretty much half the field is going to be NSR and the other half of the field is going to be Thunderslot.
10 seconds.
Less than 10 seconds remaining in this race. Tony Castillo is holding his own in first place. He's got 140. Let's see if he can make that 150, 150, 150. Come on, Tony. Right under. But he's just a half a lap for 150, so he is right there about making that average. He did do 25 laps, though. So Tony did 25 laps in his lane. He was in white. Rick did 25 laps in his lane. He was in green. Jim Monda did 27 laps in blue. And David Angelucci also did 25 laps. All right, so I am going to get going here, and I'm going to get set up for the next race. I am in the next heat. So I'll see you guys out on the track. Craig is going to take a little bit of a break. He's eating, but Craig will be back to announce the race, all right? All right, guys, I'll see you after I'm done racing.
Okay, marshals for the next heat. Since you guys are all moving to the monitor. I have Tony Castillo on spot number 2, Jim Monda on 5, Dave Rose on 4, Adrian on 6, Rick on 3, and David on 1. I'm going to put in the screen the results, guys. So far we have leading the race Tony second, Adrian third. Mark is racing on red, Dennis on white, Ted on green, James on blue, Rick on yellow, and Chuck on black.
10 seconds.
You're missing Chuck Scar. Come on, Chuck. 1 minute. It's over.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone. This is Craig Williamson, and I'm back. I took a short lunch break there. Wasn't able to make it up here for the very start of the heat, but
3, 2, 1.
we're just in the very first heat of this third heat race of today, and we have James Mayhan in the lead, followed by Rick Reed, Ted Taco Man Niida, Marc Natividad, your other host, and Dennis Samson, slot car builder extraordinaire, and then Chuck Dietl, who's mentioned that Chuck raced at some of the earliest raceways here in Southern California back in the 60s. So James Mayhan bringing the mayhem to the rest of the field. And James likes to decorate his car with wraps. So you see the very intricate paint job on his leading car in the blue lane. That's actually it's like a thin gelatin material that goes on top of boiling water, and then you pull the body up through the thin film that's sitting on top of the warm water. Actually, I guess not boiling water, but warm water. And the wrap just lays right down over the body and gives some pretty incredible results. So, saw James had a car with flags and Statue of Liberty in red, white, and blue. It was pretty impressive. A little hard to see from this distance what the details are here, but you're welcome to come out by sometime and take a look.
And then you have 25 for Ted, 25 for Dennis, 24 for Dennis, 24 for Mark, and 25 for Chuck. So a very close race. Just James no matter how to do it.
So James Mayhan on blue wins the heat by nearly a lap over Rick Reed on yellow. And then Ted Niida was third on green, another lap back. Dennis is on white and Mark on red. And Mark got 24.78 on red, so based on his theory, getting 25 per lane, that's looking pretty good. Because red is more difficult than any of the other 6 or the other 5. And Mark has nearly gotten 25 laps on the red lane, so that suggests he'll get more than 25 on the rest and be on schedule for 150 total. So they're doing a lane rotation here. Each driver drives each one of the lanes, and so there's an order in which they move from lane to lane. James Mayhan was on blue, your leader, and now he moves to white. White's a little more difficult, a little longer way around than blue. Red, generally considered the most difficult lane. You also have an issue on red where when cars crash, they could come out into your lane because you're on the outside. The cars that crash tend to make their way to the outside and they can be in your lane and cost you time. So let's see how Dennis Samson does with red. And in the early lead here, it looks like, oh, Rick Reed on black. Oh, switched around already. Niida on yellow. Let's see who's first to 5. First to 5 is, in fact, Niida on yellow. And Ted's in third in the overall, but looking good to make up some time here on the yellow lane. James Mayhan, your overall leader on white. For 6 laps. Ted Niida leads the heat. Marc Natividad is second. James Mayhan third in this heat. And the overall is James Mayhan leads over Ted and Rick Reed on black. So important for Rick to have a good black run, maintain his position in third place, or maybe move up. Ted Niida leads the heat. He's got nearly a lap on the other drivers. In fact, he has a lap over the other drivers now in this heat. James Mayhan down there on white, maintaining his lead. Ted's coming for him though. Ted's getting close. And see if you can see them out there on the track, yellow and white. That's the race. Oh, white comes off. That's it. Yellow takes the lead. Ted Niida takes the lead. James Mayhan spends a very short period of time off the track. It was good marshalling. Tony Castillo right on top of it, got his car back in the slot. But it was enough time lost for James to move back to second place. So it's Ted Niida as your leader, followed by James Mayhan and Rick Reed. Ted Niida's dad started a taco stand in Los Angeles in the South Bay, and it's still operating today, where Ted runs it. And that's why we call him Ted Taco Man Niida. He and his family have their own Tony's Tacos in Torrance. So Ted Niida leads the heat and the race. With 2 heats in. So now here the drivers change. Each driver runs each lane, so the drivers move to a new lane based on a prescribed order. See over to the left, you see the name of the drivers that just completed the lanes. Over in the 4th column where it's flashing the names, that's the lanes they're moving to. So James Mayhan moving to red, Chuck Dietl to white, Dennis Samson will go on green, Rick Reed on blue, Marc Natividad yellow, and Ted Niida on black. Ted Niida leads with 53.2 laps, followed by Rick Reed and Chuck Dietl, both with 52 laps even. So they must be side by side out there on the track. Yeah, there they are, just past the start-finish line. They've just passed the counter. So James Mayhan actually is in second with 52.82 laps. So he's 0.8 of a lap ahead of Chuck and Rick. And there are no sit-outs in this, as we had in the first heat. Was a little confusing with the sit-outs. Here it's just straight up. So these are the 6 drivers that are in this heat, all competing against each other with the lap totals we see. So currently the standings are Ted, James, Chuck, Rick, and Mark. Dennis Samson on green is leading this heat. He's in 6th overall though, so he's got a long road to hoe. Plenty to make up. Ted Niida on black continues to lead the race overall. He's also the leader of this heat. So those guys better go after Ted Taco Man Niida, because he is running away. He's leading the heat when he's already in the lead of the race. Taking advantage of the short black lane. Short but fast black lane. Looks like Ted spent a moment off the track, but he still leads the heat, followed by Marc Natividad and Dennis Samson. Mark has a short off. Oh, now another issue. That happens sometimes when you come off and then you get re-going again. The rhythm isn't quite right, and sure enough, you crash again very soon after the accident you just had. So Ted Niida continuing to lead the heat and the race. Dennis Samson, 2nd in the heat, but 6th in the race. What are the lap times? Oh my gosh, Marc Natividad has fastest laps this heat. 6.324 fast lap on yellow is the fast lap for the day on yellow. In fact, Mark has fast lap times on red, green, and yellow, which would be, in fact, each lane that he's run, Mark has owned the fast lap for that lane. So that bodes pretty well for Mark. Oh, just needs to stay.
Apart from the screen. It looks like a wheel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wheel insert.
All right, the cars are back on the track. track right. Power's coming on, as they say in the big times. Ted on black, keeping it cool, staying out front. Marc having some issues. That can happen. The guy with the fast lap times may be coming off more than he should. Worried more about lap time than lap totals. Trying to go for those fast laps and spend a little time off the track.
Yeah, easier said than done.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So we're halfway through this heat race. Ted Niida leads over Rick Reed, Chuck Dietl, Marc Natividad, James Mayhan, and Dennis Samson. So Ted is your leader with 80 laps.
Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds.
Always does. Different cars.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a few drivers in this heat race who can average more than 25. Ted's just got 27 laps on black.
2, 1, power.
And his three heat average is a bit less. Just a bit less than that. Ted Niida with more fast laps, a 6.654. Actually, though, it's Marc down there on black, turning in the fastest lap so far in this heat. But he would have to, he almost does too. He has to turn in a 6.351 to beat Ted's time on black. And Marc's done a 6.384, so he's knocking on the door of that fast lap. Ted Niida leads the heat and leads the overall. No, James Mayhan actually up there giving him a challenge. So it's James and Ted side by side. James only in 4th place in the overall, but he's leading this heat. Showing that he has what it takes to come back and be in the front. Ted showing himself as a class of the field. Turns 6.40 lap time on blue. Chuck Dietl actually has fast lap on blue, 6.318, but he was not able to maintain that steadily. And Chuck is in 3rd place overall. Ted with a fast lap of 6.43 on blue is the leader of the race. Yeah. Someone's giving Marc advice to settle down, which is good advice. Marc needs to keep it on the track. He's turning some really good lap times. He now owns the fast lap for black. Ted continues to lead the overall race. James Mann staging that comeback. He's moved up to third now. Pushed Chuck Dietl back to fourth. So James leading this heat and making his way back towards the front. Oh, but James has had an op, and Ted takes the lead.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So there, James and Ted both with 27 laps for that heat. Excellent totals. And Ted now has 107 laps overall, and he leads over Rick Reed, who has 104 laps in second place, and then James Mann with 101 laps, and Chuck just a quarter of a lap behind James Mann with 100.76 laps, and the other two drivers have less than 100 laps. Mark with 99.01, just knocking on the door of 100 laps. And what's Mark doing? He's got his controller on the track. He's out of sync. He's out of sync.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute to go for the start of this heat. We got 2 more heats left in this heat race. And there we got 2 cars starting right side by side on the yellow and blue lanes. That's Mark and James Mann.
30 seconds.
James Mann on yellow in third place. Starting right next to Marc Natividad, who's in fifth.
The next one is you. Yeah. Shane Travis, and Mark.
Here we go.
Here we go, and the start of this heat. Ted Niida with a clear lead of more than 2 laps over Rick Reed, who runs in third. Sends it right to the marshal. So Mark just came off and his car slid right down the hill, right into the marshal's hands. So saved him a little bit of time, but he really needed to stay on the track. Mark's fallen to 5th place behind Dennis Samson in 6th. Or ahead of Dennis Samson in 6th, excuse me. So the standings are, just to keep it square, Ted Niida is your leader with 4 laps over Rick Reed in 2nd. James Mann runs 3rd, a couple laps behind Rick Reed. In 4th is Chuck Dietl, and he and James are on the same lap, so that could change at any time. Marc Natividad is in 5th, and Dennis Samson in 6th.
Three, 2, 1, go.
So Ted leads the heat, and Chuck Dietl is very close behind him. So white and green, they're side by side. Ooh.
Attention, 1 minute.
In the heat, it's Ted over Chuck over Rick.
3,
But
2,
in the overall,
1,
it's Ted
go.
over Rick. Followed by Chuck and James, who are very close together.
30 seconds.
We've had a few offs and some marshalling and all this, but Ted remains unfazed. He drives through all of it. With 24 laps, Chuck close behind with 24 laps in this heat. 10 seconds.
In the stint, please change lanes.
And here we go into the final heat. Ted continues to lead. I believe he's led the entire time. And then Rick Reed right there in second place. A few laps behind, but a solid second.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
He's excited to commentate. You got 160 at Ted? How many laps you got? I don't know. 173. They say you got 180. I don't tell you get serious, man. Look at all that sweat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So 1 minute remains in the changeover. Every driver runs every lane. The drivers are moving to their next lane right now. They get a chance to clean their tires, lube any part of the car they feel needs some oil, and get all set up for
30
the
seconds.
final heat. So I'm going into the final heat. It is Ted and Niida continuing to lead. He's got about 5 laps over Rick Reed. And then in third is Chuck Dietl, and followed by James Mayhan. And James Mayhan is now on black and Chuck is on yellow.
Here we go.
So they may have some opportunity to change the results here. There goes Ted again. He takes the lead in this heat, followed by Chuck. Chuck is just in front of Ted, it looks like, out there on the track.
3, 2, 1, go.
Chuck Dietl, leader of the heat, followed by Ted. Ted's up there on red, so he's probably not really expecting to win this heat. He just needs to do well, hang in there, keeping on the track. He's got a 6-lap lead
Rider detected.
over Rick Reed, who's on green right now.
3, 2, 1, go.
So Chuck Dietl on yellow leads this heat, followed by Dennis Samson, Rick Reed, and Ted Niida. Ted leads overall and is pretty certain to win this race now at this point with just a little bit more than a minute to go. Ted has a 5-lap lead over the next closest driver, is Rick Reed.
Attention, 1 minute.
Moving into the final 30 seconds of this heat race.
30 seconds.
Looks like Chuck's going to win this heat. Chuck Dietl on yellow leading the heat and set to win this heat. Followed by Dennis Samson. So Dennis making time after a slow start. So that's it. That's the final results. Now we're going to make the adjustments for the portions of a lap. So each car stops somewhere on the track, and now they're going to get credit for the percent of the lap that they completed in this on the final lap. The track's marked and a number of sections. And this is important for the overall. We can see clearly here who won, but later when we mix all the drivers together, as you see here in the larger list, that percent of a lap can make the ultimate difference for some of these drivers. But we can see Ted Niida is your leader overall, followed by Rick Reed, Chuck Dietl, James Mayhan, Tony Castillo, Dave Rose, Dennis Samson, Adrian Balladares, Rick Eickhoff, and Chris Snyder rounds out their top 10. Chris Snyder in 10th place. So, four of the 6 drivers from that heat were able to push the other drivers down and take the top 4 positions in the overall. Tony Castillo's position from the previous heat is holding up though, and Tony's in 5th place overall, followed by Dave Rose in 6th.
And Chuck 5. Guys, if you're picking up the car,
all right, I'm moving over. Let Mark come back here. No, Mark's taking a break for lunch. I guess he. Oh, Mark is marshalling. That's right. Mark has to marshal. I forgot about that. So he's powering down a power bar to get himself ready to marshal. He maybe needed to hit that power bar before the race. Hey, Mark. All right, now we have a new group of drivers has come up to the track. That's Mark Perkins on the end there in black, looking pretty excited about getting started. Dennis Brown will be on yellow, Chris Sukimoto on blue, Ahulii on green, Sean Treves on white, and Lyndell Richards on red. Pretty good run by Sean, I have to say. Congratulations, Sean. Second fast qualifier in this penultimate heat race.
10 seconds.
So, only 6 drivers. Only 6 drivers went faster than these 6 in qualifying. So this is the group of the next 6 fastest drivers here today. And of that group, Lyndell Richards was top qualifier. Sean Treves, second, Bob Ulery, third, Chris Sukimoto, fourth, Dennis Brown, fifth,
Hey guys, warm up is over. Mark, let's go. 1 minute on 5. No missing car from black, blue, white, and red. Chris. Blue and black. Let's go, guys. Have fun, Marshall, right?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, good. Yeah. I saw you in the, well, for one, I saw you last time in the championship race, but I didn't have a chance to say hi, and then you disappeared. But I also saw you last night. I was watching the broadcast, and Mark did a nice interview with you and Tony. It was really sweet. It was really nice. So that was cool. I was there, and I had the race that day. Plus, and I got they took over with the professionals. Came up here. They did it in the British English. We're doing the English version this time. Today's American English. Yeah, it was a little tough to follow some of it, but it was fun. Good to see you. We had a good time that day.
3, 2, 1.
All right. I just talking to Tony Castillo's wife. She's a real sweetheart, and Tony's a really nice guy too. They're great. So here we go. It is heat 1 of heat race 4. So we're moving up to the sharp end of the field here now. Marc Perkins on black, taking the early lead. But he's got some followers. They're chasing him. It looks like yellow is hot on his tail. Or, oh no, that's blue. Chris Sukimoto on blue. Chris Sukimoto takes the lead, in fact, over Marc Perkins and Ahulii. Now we got some pronunciation challenges in this one, folks. Got Sean Treves in 5th place, Ahulii in 3rd, Chris Sukimoto in 1st, and Dennis Brown. Now that's an easy one. We can all pronounce Dennis Brown. All right, so the leader is Chris Sukimoto, followed by Marc Perkins, Ahulii, Sean Treves, Lyndell Richards, and Dennis Brown bringing up the rear on the yellow lane. Chris Sukimoto, look at that smile. He's happy. He's out front. You don't see too many of the drivers smiling even when they're leading. They're usually too serious for that. But for Chris, he says, this is heavenly. I hope you can maybe get a chance to see the look on Chris's face. He's on the blue lane in the blue shirt. And he looks pretty happy right now. Marc Perkins down on black, looking pretty serious as he always does, but he should be pretty happy too. He's off to a good start. Oh no. Apparently one of the drivers was decapitated on the track. Thankfully, they're only made of 1/32 scale plastic. So Ahulii takes the lead in the overall, and he leads this heat as well. So it's Ahulii on green as your leader, followed by Chris Sukimoto on blue and Sean Treves in white. Looking good for Sean in 3rd place on white. Want to hang in and keep that going.
30 seconds.
Just 30 seconds to go. Ahulii continues to lead, followed by Chris Sukimoto and Marc Perkins. Marc Perkins
10 seconds.
hanging in there in 3rd place on black. Let's see if anyone can get 28 laps.
In the stint,
No.
please change lanes.
26 is as high as they go.
All right,
Hey, Mark, did you happen to notice who had so many of the fast laps?
I did.
Yeah, all but one, I think. Every lane but one, I think you had the fast lap. No, if you'd have just kept it on. Oh, is that was? That's right. Okay. More bite than you were anticipating. Yeah, I saw you biting out right over here a couple times. Yeah.
Attention,
So.
1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe that's the supers instead. Most people don't run the ultras, and maybe you found out. Right. I mean, it does sound better, more stick, softer, quieter, more ultra, but no. Yeah, you need that little bit of forgiveness too. And maybe you didn't have to go for fast lap on every
1
lane.
minute left.
Going for it. Yeah, we'll see how long they hold up. Let's see. Bob Ulery's coming to yellow right now. He might be able to challenge her yellow. But so far you survived.
Thirty seconds.
All right, here we go. 3 seconds till the beginning of this heat.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Chris Sukimoto, early leader on the white lane. Let's see if Chris can hang in there on white. Bob's down on yellow, so he's in a really good position to take the lead of this heat and potentially the lead overall. It's close though. All the drivers are on the lead lap. Chris Sukimoto leads on white. Bob Ulery's coming on yellow. Mark's fast laps are holding up on white and yellow. Looks in, maybe at risk on yellow though. Bob Ahulii on yellow has done a 6.306. Mark's record is a 6.304. Chris Sukimoto doing 6.46 fast lap. Is your leader of the heat and the leader of the race. Chris, Bob, and Mark, followed by Lyndell. Lyndell's last driver on the lead lap. Sean might still barely be hanging on the lead lap. No, Sean's off. That'll do it. So Chris Sukimoto having a really nice run. Chris has an off though. Let's see. Oh, and he falls all the way to third. So Chris Sukimoto goes from first to third with a single accident on the front straightaway. Wasn't quite far enough out there to get a track call. Took Rick Reed a moment to get the car in the slot. And Chris Sukimoto has fallen to third. So now it's Bob Ahulii, your leader, on yellow. Mark Perkins in second. On blue, Chris Sukimoto on white is third. Lyndell Richards on green is fourth. Sean Treves is fifth. And Dennis Brown in sixth place on black. And Bob Ahulii at 24 laps. Mark and Lyndell the same. 25 laps for Bob Ahulii. Let's see if he can get a 27. He has the opportunity to do so. There's 26 laps. Bob Ahulii. 27.
In the stint.
So we have 27 laps for Bob Ahulii, Marc Perkins, and Lyndell Richards. Those are the high lap totals of this heat. And Bob Ahulii leads the race overall, followed by Marc Perkins and Chris Sukimoto. Lyndell Richards is in 4th, Sean Treves 5th, and Dennis Brown 6th place.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
So Bob Ahulii on yellow and going to black is your leader. 53.53 laps. He's 3/10 of a lap ahead of Marc Perkins.
We have Bob leads with 53.
There's Mark's car on the track.
Third, Chris, 52. Fourth, Niida, 52. And Shem, 50.5, 50. Dennis Brown, 49. So Dennis now is over.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Oh, we're moving to the slowdowns. So, big fight.
So Bob Ahulii on yellow was able to eclipse Mark's fast lap, his record lap time on that lane, with a 6.285 for Bob Ahulii on yellow. New fast lap for the yellow lane. Fastest lap in this race is owned by Chris Sukimoto on blue at the 6.243. So blue showing to be slightly quicker than yellow. 15 seconds until the start of this heat. We head in with Bob Ahulii, the leader, followed by Marc Perkins and Chris Sukimoto. Bob's going to be on black. And Mark is going to be on white, and Chris Sukimoto on red. So up there at the top of the track, white and red makes for an interesting race. Those are your second and third place drivers. Dennis Brown and Sean Treves are the first two to 5. It looks like will be the first 2 to 5. They start a little closer to the lap counter than the others. So your 5th and 6th place drivers are actually leaders of this heat, having started a little closer to the lap counter. The other drivers have to come and chase them down. And here they come. Fastest lap for this heat is yellow Lyndell Richards with a 6.399. Dennis Brown turns in a 6.433 on blue. Nice lap time, Dennis. And Sean with a 6.332 on green. That's looking pretty good too for Sean. Very nice. Dennis Brown leads over Sean. They continue to stay out front of this field. Lyndell Richards coming and chasing him. There's Chris Sukimoto not far behind. Oh, and Marc Perkins is off. That's too bad because Mark kind of needs to hang with Chris down there. Well, he's on white, Chris on red. So Bob Ahulii, leader of the race, on black, but not able to lead this heat from the black lane.
Attention, 1 minute
Looks
left.
like Lyndell is now the leader of the heat, followed by Sean. So Lyndell taking advantage of the yellow lane to take the lead of the heat. Followed by Sean and Chris Sukimoto.
Seconds.
It's actually a really close race. Lyndell leading this heat, followed by Sean. and Bob Ahulii. But once we flip around a couple more lanes, get Chris Sukimoto off of the red lane there, it's going to get very close again. Chris Sukimoto is going to come charging back along with Marc to chase down Bob Ahulii. Bob Ahulii with 80 laps.
Sukimoto 78 and Marc 78. But Chris and Marc, Marc is actually red, and Chris is going to green. And they are going to black, so he's going to be a little faster than Bob. Have 2 more hits to go, or 3 more hits to go. Okay?
Yep, halfway through the race. It is Bob Ahulii, your leader, followed by Lyndell Richards, Chris Sukimoto, Marc Perkins, Sean Treves, and Dennis Brown. Sean will have the advantage on the yellow lane. Bob's on blue. That should be excellent for him. He already has the lead of the race. He can stretch it here on blue. Bob owns one of the fast laps for the lanes. That's on the yellow lane.
Attention, 1 minute.
30 seconds to the start of this. Winding down. 5 seconds till the start of the heat. We take off with Bob Ahulii, your leader, with 80 laps. Only driver with 80. And there, Lyndell clears 80 laps. Chris Sukimoto with 80 laps. Marc Perkins 80 laps. So there are basically 4 drivers contending for the lead. And those are the drivers that have more than 80 laps at this time. Bob Ahulii continues to lead. Oh, and he leads this heat also from the blue lane, so that's an excellent position for him. He has almost a lap over the field. Oh, and Bob turned a 6.238 on blue. New fast lap for the blue lane, so Bob owns 2 of the lane lap records.
3, 2, 1.
At this point.
Power.
2 minutes to go. Lyndell speaks up. He says now's his time. He's making his move. Lyndell on black, trying to chase down Bob Ahulii on blue. Uh-oh, what's happened? Mayhem. It's mayhem. So that was it. We had an off there. It took James Mayhan a second to get the car in there. And I know the driver was sweating looking at that. So Chris Sukimoto takes the lead of this heat, followed by Bob Ahulii. Chris Sukimoto's in 3rd overall, and with a good run on green, he can move back up. He's got his red and white out of the way. Bob Ahulii's headed up to red and white. He has not done his white or red yet. That's what he's going to have to finish. So they're going to challenge Bob when he goes up there to those 2 upper lanes.
Attention, 1 minute.
Neither white or red usually can return quite the lap total of the other 3. First to 100 laps is Bob Ahulii, followed by Chris Sukimoto and Lyndell, but they only have 99 laps. Bob already has 102. So Bob Ahulii with a 2-lap lead over the field.
30 seconds. Track call.
Bob puts down a new fast lap time on blue, 6.219 on blue. New lap record on blue for Bob Ahulii, 6.219. And we need to see Chris Sukimoto put down Marc's time of a 6.312 on green. Boy, that's a pretty strong time from Marc.
Three,
Holding up.
2, 1, go.
Held up through 4 heats. Bob Ahulii and Chris Sukimoto very close on the track. 2 leaders of this heat. Bob Ahulii slightly ahead on blue. There they are. Blue and green. So with just 2 heats to go in this heat race, Bob Ahulii continues to lead, followed by Chris Sukimoto, Lyndell Richards, Sean Treves, Marc Perkins, and Dennis Brown. So Marc Perkins, after a really good start, has fallen back to 5th, but he's done with his white and red now. And moving to a better lane, he's got his green and yellow to go. Let's see if Marc can make a bit of a comeback, get himself up to 2nd or 3rd. Marc is...
Attention, 1 minute.
4 laps, exactly 4 laps out of the lead. But he's really just 2 or 3 laps from moving up a place or 2. He's tied with Sean Treves. Sean's now in 4th. He and Marc have 104 laps, so the breakdown is Bob Ahulii, your leader, Chris Sukimoto in 2nd, Lyndell Richards is 3rd, Sean Treves 4th, Marc Perkins 5th, and Dennis Brown in 6th. Where Sean is moving to black, Sean's in a good position to move up. Although he needs to make up more than a lap on Lyndell to take 3rd place. So Lyndell with 1 good lane and 1 okay lane to go. Lyndell's got blue and white to go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Boy, Lyndell Richards and Chris Sukimoto running side by side on the track right now. They both have the same lap total also, 109 laps apiece. Battling for 2nd place, it's Chris Sukimoto and Lyndell. Identical lap totals. Bob Ahulii's got 2 laps over the pair of them, but from there it's Lyndell and Chris Sukimoto. Actually, Sean and Marc are right there as well, just about a half a lap behind those guys. Lyndell is starting to show a little bit of an advantage in 2nd place. Bob Ahulii, followed by Lyndell. Yeah, Lyndell's pulling away from Chris Sukimoto. Chris Sukimoto on yellow. Smile isn't quite as big anymore. It's fading a little bit. Maybe Chris's concentration, though. You see the look on his face as he's paying very close attention to his car. Bob Ahulii continues to lead from the white lane. And he is, in fact, leading the heat right now. Oh, excuse me, no, he's not. No, he's not leading the heat. He is leading the overall. But Ahulii in third right now in this heat race. It's not bad considering he's on the white lane. He still has red to go. Oh, major accident, track call. We've had several cars off on the front straightaway. Track marshal was able to stop the track in time to prevent any further accidents. Yeah, it looks like there's a good chance Marc's fast lap time on green may hold up through this whole heat. Oh, his lap time on black too, and white.
30 seconds. Track call. 3, 2, 1.
Ahulii with a clear lead of more than 2 laps over Lyndell Richards in second and Chris Sukimoto in third. Coming down to the end of this heat.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
3 of Marc's lap records survive another heat. Pretty impressive lap times put down by Marc. So the leader is Ahulii with 135.3 laps, followed by Lyndell Richards, 132.8. And then it's Chris Sukimoto in third with 131.9 laps. Fourth, Marc Perkins, and 129 laps. Fifth is Sean, and Sean and Marc Perkins have identical lap totals after 4 heats. See that, Dennis? Sean and Marc have identical totals. Yeah, Sean, you see you and Marc have identical lap totals after 5 heats. Within 100th of a lap after 5 heats.
30 seconds.
You must be side by side on the track, huh? All right, Marc. I see Marc putting on his serious face. He gets serious. It should be a good one.
3, 2, 1. Hit it.
Wait, how did that happen?
That's fine. All right, that's ready now. Okay. Well, it's 2 days penalty for not checking. I get 5 days penalty. All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1. Go.
There it is, the start of the final heat in the penultimate heat race of today. Here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. This is the Can-Am Championship race. We run a Can-Am series here. There are 4 races throughout the year, but this race will determine the champion for this specific championship race. There's also an overall championship with accumulated lap or point totals. And Ahulii on red continues to lead the heat. He's got 3 laps over Lyndell Richards, who's in second and on the white lane. So red and white, your 2 leaders side by side. And Chris Sukimoto moves on to the same lap as Lyndell Richards. Chris Sukimoto with a chance to move into second place. And in this final heat, it's not showing me the fractional laps. You notice that it doesn't show the tenths of a lap anymore, maybe just because there's not enough columns now that it's gone 3 wide, so it's very hard to tell how close Chris is to Lyndell. Oh, Lyndell has a bit of a lead now, though, because he shows 148 a decent bit before Chris shows 148. He's about a half a lap ahead. So it is Ahulii, your leader, followed by Chris Sukimoto. Oh, Chris Sukimoto does it. He takes second place over Lyndell. Lyndell must have had a brief off. Chris is keeping it on. We got 1 minute to go. Lyndell and Chris. Oh, and Lyndell runs into trouble. Has to have a track call. Loses a lap to Chris. And that probably clinches it for the day. Second place for Chris Sukimoto. Look, that smile's returning to Chris's face. So Chris Sukimoto leads the heat and second overall in the race. Oh, and Lyndell runs into more trouble on white. Yeah, white stinks.
3, 2, 1, go.
Just 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds remaining. Chris Sukimoto in second. It's Ahulii in first. Chris Sukimoto in second. Lyndell Richards third. Mark Perkins fourth. Sean Treves fifth. And Dennis Brown in sixth place. Nice job by Ahulii to win the race of the overall 162.15 laps. Chris Sukimoto was second with 159.78. And then in third we had Lyndell. And we'll have to wait a second here so we can see the lap totals again while they collect the fractional laps. So once the power comes off, the cars stop on the track, and then the drivers get credit for the fractional portion of a lap they've completed.
Come back on this side. I got this side. Take this side.
Okay.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, it's a little harder to see it all from that side, so when there's just one person, it's better to be over here. Here, why don't you find out what's been happening with our fans out there in
all right, I'm
TV
back.
land.
All right, TV land. Let's get
In
this
PC land, that's what it is.
tightened up here. Let's
Actually, I
get
was just
this
telling
all-
the guys the other day that I've figured out how to get YouTube now on my TV, because it's a smart TV. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I'm sure plenty of you can figure out how to do it. But the nice thing is, I don't usually watch my computer for like an hour. I don't like to sit at my computer and watch videos. The screen's smaller, the room's not as comfortable.
Yep.
But now I can watch the YouTube sitting on my couch watching it on TV. It's really cool. If you try it, one of the things you have to master though is figuring out the slight nuanced differences in fast forwarding.
Oh, right.
and
Yeah.
Because you can be going along and fast forward, and of course you're watching like a 7 or 8 hour program that some fools at Electric Dreams created, and you're like 4 hours in, and then there's this bump back button that I use to rewind sometimes. Well, if I hit that, it leaves it.
Okay.
It doesn't work in the YouTube, only
Yeah.
on the TV.
And then there's ads. Skip the ads.
Yeah, you fast forward through the ads, although the ads were kind of entertaining. I was hoping we might have them cut in today. I was going to give them some plugs because some of the ads were like really cool, local, small.
Oh yeah. El Segundo. Yeah, that was cool.
And even the El Segundo ads themselves, where they're promoting the city of El Segundo.
Yep.
And then there's businesses that are in El Segundo that were relatively small but deserve your support.
Yes. All right. So let's see who we got here. I'm back on the chat here. We got Donnie Racer. Welcome, Donnie Racer. We have, let's see who else. Norman Clayton Mathis. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And since you're here, please don't forget to like and subscribe here at the YouTube channel for Electric Dreams, all the great racing content. And you are watching live from El Segundo, California, Electric Dreams and the Can-Am race. So, Craig, that was a very interesting race for me because I now know that Ultra Grips are not the right tire for this track.
Oh yeah, in your race for sure. Well,
Wow.
you still a couple of your fast lap
Still
times. Yeah, your record laps from your heat held up through that whole heat of some of the fastest drivers here today. So the car was definitely fast with the Ultra Grips, but maybe
Not
just a little
Too much in the corner.
Yeah.
The tires started to heat up, and I noticed the car would. I was actually literally, there's a couple. I had to go back through and watch. There was 2 wheels. I would actually come up on 2 wheels, and a couple times the car went back in the slot, but then the rest of the times it didn't. So.
Yeah, interesting. And as they got warmer,
Yep,
it
they got more
worse. So
sticky.
at first
Yeah,
it was good,
exactly,
But then after a
exactly.
while it was too much. And this is an odd thing. You might not realize that too much grip could be a problem. You
Yes.
just think, it's going to drive you around the track faster. But no, you need the car to slide the rear end just a little bit sometimes in the corners.
Forgiveness.
Yeah. Some of it's just regular driving, but some of it's forgiveness too. So if you
Yeah.
make a little mistake, instead of catching the edge of the tire and causing your car to pop out of the slot,
Right.
it'll just slide along,
Right. I'm going to go back through and watch that. Definitely had a lot of slot outs when I thought I was really good on my controller. I had to turn my brake up a little bit, but you know what? That's a lesson in racing. That's why you take the time to set the car up. You come in, you practice, you get the car on the track, and then the other last thing is the weather conditions change, and so that can mess your whole day up, especially on your tires. So
Yeah.
but for that car, my last car, I placed 3rd last Can-Am race with my other car, which had super tires, and so tires are coming off as soon as I get home.
Okay.
Big time. Trash. But I wanted to use the parts I had, so that was the reason why I used those.
So you were using the super tires,
Ultra.
brand tires?
So I was their
No, in
NSR.
your other car.
Oh, super! I was super grips. Yeah, super grips on the last car, my last Can-Am car. This is my B car, so I said, extra set of tires. Let's make sure we use them. I
You're
wanna-
not taking off, are you, Dave? Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to
talk
throw
me
my
before
parts
you go.
away. So better to use, and now I know that, well, they're used, so now I can really throw them away. Maybe in the winter, those will be good tires.
Yeah. Well, that's true. The temperature, can change things, and it's kind of odd because you maybe you don't keep track of all that when you practice. Like, what was the
Right.
temperature? How does that compare
Right.
to race day
Right.
conditions?
That's right.
Did I come and test in the morning? Did I test in the
Right.
afternoon?
Right.
Today's probably a littlest bit cooler.
In here, it's 82.
Yeah, that's still pretty warm.
Yeah, but the track is not 82.
Right, because throughout LA today is a good bit cooler compared to the previous week, compared even just to yesterday.
Right.
But El Segundo already has milder temperatures.
Of
so
course.
here it doesn't swing as much.
Of course.
Where I live today is about 8 degrees cooler than yesterday.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, huge difference.
Nice cool down.
Yeah.
All right, let's get ready for this next one. So next heat. So you are going to see this is the second to the last heat. So, or wait, is this the last heat?
This is it.
Oh,
man.
this is it. Oh,
This is
man.
the big one. This is where
the-
we have the top
Yep,
drivers.
this is it. Wow.
And yeah, we've got Al Castillon on red, Todd Ulery on white, Ryan Delgado on green, Dan Tufts on blue, Mike McCleneghan on yellow, and Cedric Armstrong-Harris is on black. Let's see.
Right. Definitely the experience of the drivers. You can see that not a lot of crashes in those first laps, and they ease right into it. And then once they're eased into that first one, man, they just give it the go. They're just all out.
Yeah, we've already got a 6.056 out of Todd Ulery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's-
6.028 out of Dan Tufts. So
Yep. 6014 now.
right out of the box, they're
Wow.
doing 6.0s, a couple of drivers.
Wow. Fast
this
cars.
is something that is a challenge, when you first begin racing, to get up to speed right away. Like when
Right.
when that green light comes out and you got to go fast.
Right.
It's hard.
It is.
It takes me usually a half a lap, sometimes more, to get my rhythm going again.
Get in the groove.
And And you see the fast guys like Todd, man, immediately as soon as that power comes on, he knows what the setting already is for that corner that's coming up right ahead of them. It's a hard thing to manage when they keep stopping the race.
You're watching the fast of the fast, the best of the best in the qualifying today. So these are all of our top drivers to here right now. So don't blink on this race, especially when it gets close, and especially in the last 2 races. That's when it really gets exciting.
Yeah, they've already taken away 2 of the fast lap record totals from the previous race. So Dan Tufts on blue now owns the lap record for that lane of 5.931, and Todd owns the white lane record of a 6.0.
And my last one in green will be coming down very shortly. I promise you that.
I think Mark's times will not hold through this.
Oh, no way. There's no way.
No, a 6.3 on green. I'm a little surprised it made it through the previous one.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah, it's a little off.
It's funny.
It's still a good lap time, but you see these guys are, down in the
5.9s. Yep.
A few of them.
Yep.
And 6.3 is like a cruising lap for Todd.
Right.
So that's on white. And the standings, Dan continues to lead over Todd on white. So that may be the story of the day, a battle between Dan and Todd.
Yeah, they're both great cars. Dan had a super fast car doing 5.9s during the week. I was like, wow, that's his car is amazing. It's just so fast. And it comes down to the motor too. You get a good motor, and that thing's off the chart.
And I see on the chart here, Mike is right there with the lap time, but he must have had an off because he's a lap and a half behind Dan Tufts.
Right.
But if you look at his lap times, Mike's right there too. So.
Yep.
And that's kind of what I would expect this will come down to, is a battle between Mike, Todd, and Dan Tufts. So we'll see. Cedric might be able to get in there too. Cedric has a lot of experience and could be a really great driver.
He keeps it cool. He keeps it cool.
He does keep it cool.
Yep. For sure.
Yep.
Dan's still in the lead. He's blue lane, and then we got Todd in white. So blue and white there. There, everybody's on at least 27 laps there. So Dan's got 2 more laps.
Yeah, those are some really impressive totals.
Yep.
29.71 for Dan. So Mark earlier was talking about having a 25 lap total as a good baseline average, and here we have Dan shooting for 30 per lane.
Yeah, wow.
I don't think he ever does 30 per lane, but it shows that it is not that far out of the ballpark.
That's right.
Give him the NSR F1 car and you probably can do it.
Oh yeah, easy. That's the record holder. Other than the LMP, which is at a 25K motor, the NSR F1 is the record holder on the track.
Okay.
Hands down.
That makes sense. Yeah, those cars just handle amazingly well, and they come with those great tires, which is actually
Super
the
grips.
tire that a lot of the guys are using.
I use
in this
those.
Class. Yeah, this.
All right, we're just getting started here, and thank you for joining us. You're live here watching it on YouTube from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store.
Yeah, and this is our Can-Am Championship race. The guys have been warming up for this for a couple of months, getting their cars tuned up and set up. This is not one of the big manufacturers championship races that we run over 3 days. Hopefully you've seen one of those before too. But we still got a nice turnout here. 31 drivers here for this Can-Am Championship race. And someone's going to go home with some bragging rights. And
for sure.
Probably a little something. There's probably a trophy or a car to be given away. In fact, I'm sure there's some trophies.
Those are for so the next race coming up is our MR Slot Car Challenge. And that's going to be, that's next month. 13th? So September 13th, 14th, and 15th. We have Ernie Mercedes coming here from Canada. And we are running the MR GT cars. So car of choice for me would be the GT1. And that's the car I did really well with last year. So I love the Porsche GT1, and I think that's a really good car to run in this next race.
Okay, there you go. Mark's recommendation, and it looks like in the picture I see across the way, that's what Todd Ulery ran as well to win that race last year.
Right.
Was a Porsche GT.
Yep. Custom. Beautiful car.
Yeah. Todd paints some really nice looking cars. Todd always shows up with a really well prepared car. And in fact, he is on the red lane right now.
Yep. Getting it done. He's right behind Dan.
Second or third overall.
About a lap
second
between.
Overall, but in this heat.
Yep. No, 2 laps between first and second.
Yeah. In fact, they're on the side by side right now on the track on white and red. Dan's on white, Todd's on red, and just Dan's just about a lap and a half ahead of Todd. So this would be important right here, actually, that he holds on to that lap and a half while Todd's on red. Maybe even gets another lap on him, because if Todd can come and even that up when Todd's on red and Dan's on white, then that won't look so good for Dan's prospects.
Right, right.
So let's see if he can hold this 1.5, 2 lap lead here.
Of course, coming from Mr. 5'7" today.
I want to see him stretch it, actually.
I want to see that 5'7" again, even at 5'8".
Well, that's true. We see there's a couple 5'9s. One was done by Mike McCleneghan on yellow and one by Dan Tufts on blue. But Todd, his fast lap is only a 6.19, so...
Playing it cool. I mean, it's you don't have to have a fast lap. You just have to have consistent laps and make your lap number. So I'm not sure we're going to see a 5'7" in this race.
Right. Todd may not necessarily need to do that. Or,
Nope.
Plus it's not a strategy. Todd's definitely a strategy driver, probably more than most.
Yes, correct.
Really keeps his head cool.
Yes, he
he's
does.
He's not going to go chase other guys just because they got ahead for a little bit.
Right.
He's going to stick with his game plan, stick with what he knows he can do, how many laps on every lane. Hey, something interesting I've been noticing for years, actually, but I get a really good look at it when I sit up here, is to notice what finger the drivers use to control the controller.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that now we've got up to the fast drivers that far more drivers than you might expect are using their middle finger.
2 fingers.
Their long finger instead of their index finger, or 2 fingers.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, Todd uses part of his whole hand.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
watch him.
yep. Yep, so does Mike. Mike's a 2-finger guy. Ryan's a 2-finger guy.
Yeah.
Todd's a 2-finger guy.
So it's interesting that a lot of the top drivers drive with the second finger. And they say some of them are driving with 2, but most of them really aren't. They're just driving with their second finger,
Right.
And their index finger's coming along for the ride.
Right.
And
Well, there are 2-finger controllers. They have those DeFalcos.
Theory on that is that it may be more control and faster, although most people would say you have more control with your index finger. But my theory is that the reason that is because a lot of those guys, when they first learned to drive a slot car, that's the only finger that would reach the trigger.
Yeah.
So they learned to drive with their middle finger when they were like 6 or 7.
Wow.
And now, 40, 50 years later, they've
same thing.
mastered that. Yeah.
Same habit.
And I tried, when I noticed that a lot of the top drivers race with that middle finger, I tried to convert to that, because when I learned with my index finger.
Yep.
And it was hard. It was part of it was just I kept going back into the habit of using that other finger that I used to using, and I just didn't take enough time to train that middle finger. But I do think that might be there might be an actual advantage to that.
So the other commonality, it would definitely be controllers. Everybody's running the True Speed controller, the Apex.
Is every single one?
Everybody's running the Apex. There is not one controller on there that is not Apex. Yep. Yeah, Mike's got. It's hard to see Mike's, but it's because it's behind the monitor. But yeah, everybody's running the Apex.
Yeah, Mike definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It has been for a few months now.
Yep.
So well, congratulations out there to you Apex people. Then that's what, about $3,000 worth of your controllers on the track right now.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
You're right.
More,
no, you're right.
more.
Yeah. $500 a pop. There we go. Do the math.
Yep.
Wow.
So congratulations to you, and some of them even. And I don't know if any of you guys are watching from the Apex, but it's cool how a number of people here at Electric Dreams, they've added these custom knobs.
Oh yeah, the colorful.
Yeah,
different boxes and stuff. Yeah. See, that's cool. So if you are listing Apex, I mean, I could definitely need a sponsor. So I would be more than happy to accept an Apex controller from you for my next upcoming races. So just putting that out there, hey, it doesn't hurt to ask, right?
Yeah, I was thinking of going that
Craig
way
needs one
myself.
too.
I need one too. Actually, now that I look, though, now that they actually have all their controllers, no, Dan is not racing with one. Dan has
what's that?
eye.
Oh, third eye, okay.
And Ryan has a DeFalco.
Okay, all right.
Or what would appear to probably be a DeFalco.
He sure does, yep.
Yeah, it looks like a DeFalco could be another controller from this distance, but I'm pretty sure that's a DeFalco.
Yep, that is definitely DeFalco.
Definitely Dan's is a third eye.
Yeah, because
the blue light.
Yeah, the box. The boxes look all the same except for the DeFalco.
Yeah, with the 2 fans. That's the same box I have.
Yep.
So, So you can compete without one of those
Yep.
controllers, but the True Speed does seem to maybe give an advantage to the driver.
More adjustments, but I don't know necessarily for me in a repair standpoint, is that something that can easily be repaired if you have an issue? So I've been a DeFalco guy for about, 20 years, over 20 years. My first DeFalco I ever bought, I still have it. It works fine.
Great.
Tim DeFalco, thank you. You're a great guy. He stands behind his products. I love DeFalco. So yeah, not ready to make the leap just yet.
And I'm a third eye driver, and I
Yeah.
love my third eye, and I believe I've always gotten good service with that.
Yep.
And even now that Howard's gone, so they're great controllers too. So it's
Yep.
it's a tough call.
It is.
When to get a new controller, but
Right,
those
right.
True Speeds are tempting. When
Yeah.
you see the guys with them. Apparently there's something about the way the brake works that is slightly different than any other controller. So it has this release, as they call it, and that apparently affects the way the car rolls out of the corner.
Right. Right. Better
and-
roll.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and rolling through the middle is really important in any racing, and slot car racing included.
Right.
So you want your car to not get too bogged down in the middle of the corner where you're still not quite ready to pick up the throttle fully.
Right.
You're kind of in a. Some cars you're coasting, some you're trying to come off the coast
Yep.
without whacking the car too hard in the rear.
That's traction control. So, all right, let's go back to the race now. So we have Dan Tufts. He's our leader now in the red lane, followed by Todd Ulery in green, Mike McCleneghan in blue, Cedric in white fourth, Al Castillon fifth in yellow, and Ryan Delgado sixth in that black lane.
Okay, yeah, this is the final heat, the top drivers, and there will be no shootout races or anything after this.
Yep,
This will settle all the laps, all the totals.
that's right.
So Dan Tufts with 78 laps. He's 2 laps ahead.
79 now for Dan.
Or 1 lap, about 1.5 laps ahead of Todd
Yep.
in second place. So Dan has a little bit of cushion down there on red.
So 1 lap difference between second and third. So Todd is at 81 laps and Mike is right behind him. He's got 81 laps. That's how close they are to each other. Ratfink, welcome. How's it going? Miss you here, brother.
And this is halfway through the race. This is the 3rd heat out of 6. You got Dan Tufts continues to lead, which is good because he's there on red. He's hanging.
Oh yeah,
in.
oh yeah.
Hanging
6-1,
in on
but
red.
Todd still had that faster lap on red. 6-1 for Todd. All right, that was the second race there.
Yeah, it worked out well for Dan Tufts.
Yep, sure did. 6-1, still holding.
So now,
Dan got a 6-0 in white. Wow.
Now Dan gets to move to green and gets all good lanes from here.
Oh, yeah.
This red and white out.
Oh
of the
yeah,
way.
oh yeah.
And Mike's the one who's got to suffer through red and white
Yep,
for.
yep, it's coming. So it's going to get interesting here, but Dan he's actually pulling away. He's 2 laps, little more than less than 2 laps ahead, and coming off a red, that's a really good cushion. And
Yeah, it really
red is done.
Yeah.
And he did win the last Can-Am race, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he
Okay.
did. Yeah, he sure did.
He knows how to set these cars up then, because Todd's going to have to relight a serious fire if he's going to catch him.
Yep. We actually maybe we'll see that 5.7. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, you gotta.
Well, you got to 5.
push
now.
it.
Yeah, he's got to push it.
What's the best one? 5917 from Todd.
5.917 from Todd in his previous, just the heat just run. The heat he just ran on green.
Tires are getting clean. Brake juice is going on. Little heat sinks on the cars to cool the motors down a little bit.
And Todd's still got good lanes to do too.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got his
Oh, yeah.
red and white are out of the way also.
Yep. And that could be just a matter of one off or one boo-boo. Somebody runs into you and you come off with them. So,
Yeah, it's really close
Yeah.
between Dan and Todd. It looks like Mike isn't quite there. You know, he could still challenge, but it's not so likely because he's going the red and white, and
it's going to be Dan and Todd
it's
for
going to
sure.
be Dan and Todd. who race
And then
between-
Mike and Cedric shooting it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and Ryan must have ran into a little bit of trouble because he's 3 or 4 laps behind the rest, but he's been driving pretty well lately.
Yep.
He doesn't have the fancy controller.
And he's a relatively new driver, but he's he's getting there.
No, he's
The local guy. He comes in during the week.
Yeah.
Spends his Fridays off here, so it's good to see him. Setting up the car, practicing, putting the time in like you need to.
yeah, he did really well for the amount of time he's raced with us. I guess when he was younger, he used to race some, but yeah, he appeared at a far out race one day and ran like right in the middle of the pack right off the bat.
Right, Dan Tufts is still our leader now. He's got 93 laps. And second is Todd Ulery with 92 laps. So Todd's right behind him, followed by Mike McCleneghan in white with 91 laps. Cedric in red with 91 laps.
And Todd's now turned to 5.826 on yellow, so Todd's
Right,
picking
stepping
it
it up.
He's getting serious now. He
Yep.
says it's time for
Yep.
those 5.8s and 5.7s.
Right, this is the time.
So Todd's in second. He's on yellow. Yellow is potentially the best lane. Depends a little bit on the driver.
And off, we just had
and
it
the
off over there.
conditions.
Oh, that was Ryan on blue.
Dan continues to lead by a lap and a half.
99 laps for Dan.
Yep, 100. There's
There's
first
100 right
driver to
there.
100.
And 99 for Todd. So Todd's about a little more than a lap behind him. Let's see if he can make up some time here. Time to turn and burn. Mike with 99 laps. Cedric with 99 laps.
Yeah, Mike
So that's
and
third and
Cedric.
fourth right there. Mike's at 100 right there. And Cedric's at 100. So Cedric's right behind him in the red lane.
Yeah, red and white, very close in the overall totals for third and fourth. So Dan and Todd racing for first and second. Mike and Cedric racing for second and third.
Attention, 1 minute.
And Alan Ryan filling out the field.
Yeah, it's pretty intense racing with the best of the best. The top guys are so focused.
Yeah, and you don't hear them coming off much either. The marshals have it pretty easy for this one.
Nor do they talk to each other while they're racing. No snide comments while you're racing. That's my kind of racing.
No,
It's the far out style.
far out style, yeah, we don't snide comment too much.
Well, but
plenty
you know,
of conversation
yeah, fun.
during the race.
Right.
Plenty of some people don't like it, but a lot of us are used to it now. It's actually good exercise.
The banter,
Yeah, it
Yeah.
keeps you multitasking.
playful banter,
Just to prove that men can multitask too,
sometimes.
as well. No problem.
All right, less than 10 seconds. Dan is still our leader in that green lane, followed by Todd Ulery in yellow. Mike in third in white. Cedric in red fourth. Fifth, Al Castillon in black. And sixth, Ryan Delgado in blue lane.
Todd won the heat though with 30 laps. So
Wow, 30. Wow. That's a lot of laps.
more than a half a lap more than Dan, who had 29.5, because Todd had 30.23, so almost 3/4 of a lap more in this one heat. So let's see, 3/4 of a lap again. Yeah, it gives Todd a pretty serious chance of catching Dan.
Oh, yeah. You watch this. This is going to be good. So Dan, 116.50. Todd, 115.23. If Dan falls off even one time, I think Todd is going to just go right by him.
And they're side by side on yellow and black.
Yeah.
So this is making
Yep.
out to be a really exciting finish. It doesn't get much more exciting than this in slot car racing. You got two drivers finishing side by side for the final heat, or actually we got 2 heats to go.
Yep, 2.
2 heats to go.
1 minute.
Eddie Shore is still watching from Santa Fe, so
He is,
there you
huh?
go, Eddie. I guess there's nothing better to do, huh? Well, got to watch some good racing.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Gotta
Keep
take
up on the in, get to stay in the in and to the no.
something to kick back in the hotel room before dinner time.
Right,
probably.
right,
Must be
right.
getting close to.
Yep.
I guess only an hour difference from here, but it feels like more because it's on the edge of the time zone.
Right. All right, cleaning the tires here. We have 2 more races to go. This is heat number 5 of 6.
geez, what was that?
So, and we are starting the race with Dan Tufts, slightly ahead of Todd by a lap. So let's see what's going to happen. So Dan is moving to yellow, and Todd is moving to black. So that black lane is the shortest way, and I've seen Todd tear up that black lane.
Yeah, I can believe
I
it.
think this is where he's going to catch him. If he's going to catch him, it's going to be here.
No, I could
Good start.
see this being a great opportunity for Todd
Yep.
to make his move.
All right. Mike is holding his own. He's holding his own in third. Cedric's behind him a lap.
And Dan just did a 5.969, fastest lap of
Yep.
this heat.
Yep.
So on yellow, Dan Tufts, fastest driver right now.
But Todd still
On the
has
track.
that 5.8 though. He says, "Wait a minute. Whoa, Nilly. Wait a minute."
That is true.
Yep. All right.
Todd with a 6.021 on black. Needs to find a little more speed if he's going to run down Dan.
Yep. So let's see where we at. 126 for Dan.
It's actually,
125 for Todd. So he's a
Todd-
little over a lap.
and Todd is setting the lap record for
He
black
is,
right
6.0,
now.
6.0, yeah.
So apparently the black lane's maybe a
5.9.
little greasy this morning or this afternoon.
Yep.
There
Todd
he
with the
goes.
5.9 in
There's
black.
5.9 in black. New
Yep.
fast laps
Yep.
for black.
He's just getting comfortable here.
A lap and a half behind Dan. Really just about a half a lap on the track right now, though.
Great racing from Dan here.
Yeah,
Dan wants to hold that championship here.
Oh, yeah, there Dan turns another 5.9.
Yep.
Todd's sitting on the 6.0s and 6.1s. There's another 5.9 out of Dan.
Yep. There's a 5.9 out of Todd still. 5.927.
Not that lap, though.
It's the best one. 6.0 for Todd.
Yeah, Dan continues to circulate more quickly than Todd.
Yep. 5.9, 7.4, 5.8.
5.890 out of
Wow.
Dan. He's knocking on the door of Todd's lap lane record. Is a 5.826 is the fastest yellow lap,
Yep.
but Dan's got a 5.89.
One more race after this, so this is where you have to close that gap.
And keep it on.
6.0 for Dan. 6.021 last lap. 5.9 for Dan.
30 seconds remain in this heat. 26 laps for Dan and Todd. Dan continues to maintain that small lead on the yellow lane.
Still one lap difference, though, between third and fourth. So green, Cedric, and red, Mike. Mike is trying to hold on to that third place, but Cedric is right behind him.
Yeah, and it looks like Al's right there, too.
Right, Al's coming up on
He's
Cedric,
really
too.
Close. Yeah,
Yep.
there's definitely a battle going on for third place.
So who gets the best lane now, huh? Al's moving to white, Mike's moving to green, Todd to blue, Cedric to yellow. Now Dan has his shot in the black lane.
Yeah, but black, well, we'll see. It didn't prove as fast today as maybe other days. But it should, we'll see. I don't know.
We'll see.
It's, with Todd going to blue, man, it makes it just as close. 'Cause
Yep.
Blue is such an excellent lane.
So this is where you don't blink. This is where you really pay attention, and this is where legends are born, right here, because sometimes it's so close and just anything could happen at the last moment. So
Yeah.
it's the best of the best right here. You're not going to get any better viewing and watching a race as good as these guys are right now.
See, Jimmy. This is the final
Last
final
race.
heat in
Yep.
the final heat race.
Yep.
So it will be decided right here. And we'll see. It's probably likely that these 6 drivers will be the top 6. I don't know.
Of course.
I don't know what the cutoff was at the very top. Ryan might not make it. He might end up 7th or 8th.
Yep. So Dan is our leader.
132 laps.
Coming in the black lane for Dan. And then we got Todd Ulery. He is moving into blue lane.
Yeah, and he's about 1 3/4 lap behind
Yep.
Dan Tufts. So Todd Ulery just 1 3/4 of a lap behind Dan.
So it's about a lap difference also between third and fourth.
So
But Ryan is probably going to fall back. He's, well,
And I guess that means it's probably
That's-
about time to mention Hot Mama's Jam.
It's time to mention Hot Mama's Jam. If you
Hot
haven't
Mama's-
tried it,
yeah.
you know.
Handmade by Dan and his wife.
That's right. In their kitchen at home.
In their kitchen at home. And they have these flavors that have jalapeno in there. When they say Hot Mamas, they do mean hot.
I mean, Hot Mamas.
And that,
Yeah.
that's quite excellent.
All right, here we go. Last race here.
All homemade.
Here we go. This is for all the marbles right here, as we say. All right, thank you for joining us. This is Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, with our Can-Am race live.
And Todd's slightly ahead of Dan. He was closer to the lap counter than Dan was at the start of the race.
Yep.
But
Green,
they are
green.
the first two.
Came off red. That was Ryan coming off in red.
Ooh.
Dan is focused. Oh, Ryan comes off again. He's blocking traffic. Yep, he's coming off in that corner right there.
Yeah, that's not good when you're on black.
Nope. And you got to watch it. If you're in white, you got to let him either go in front of you or behind you.
Yeah, better to be in the center of the track when you got one driver who keeps coming off.
That's right.
So that could be to Todd's advantage.
Yep, we'll see. Sometimes you have to slow down.
Todd's done 5/8
Yep.
on blue.
Yep.
He's got the lap record, in fact, for blue.
He knows this is where it has to be done.
In fact, Todd has now 5 of
Right.
the 6 lap records.
Yep.
So it
Except
does
in white.
show Todd's been the fastest everywhere he's been except on white where Dan was
That's right.
quickest. And I believe that's maybe where they started.
Yep.
So Dan does look like he's holding off Todd, though.
Yep. So in that black lane, fast way around the track. 159 for Dan, 158 for Todd, 160 for Dan, 159 for Todd.
Yep.
Todd has 1 lap to make up.
And Dan's only doing 6.0s and 6.1s. Todd's able to do 5.8s and 5.9s. But we'll see what Dan might do if Todd appears in his rear view,
Right.
as they are on the same lap. Let's see, in the overall also, no. Well, really close, really close. It looks like Todd's just pulling up to the bumper of being 1 lap behind.
Right, right. Still have
So
to make
he's-
up a lap.
A whole lap he's got to make up, but at least he's moved into that window now, it
Yep.
looks like. But
So
it's,
side by side.
yeah, yeah. So it's almost like Dan has to come off the
Came
track.
off. Who came off? It was Green.
No, it but wasn't
Who was
Dan.
that?
It was neither of the leaders.
Might have been Mike.
Yeah, you said Green.
Right.
There's Green's off.
We're under a minute here. A little more than 30 seconds left here. All right, so Dan is holding his own. He is like, this is
sure
mine. This is, I want this. 171 for Dan.
He sure is.
Yep.
It's going to be hard to beat now.
Yep.
He's got over a lap with
2.
just 20 seconds to go.
Yep, he said, not today, Todd.
Yep, lap and a half with 20 seconds to go.
Yep. 173.
I'd say Dan won almost every one of the heats. Also.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yep.
And again, the fastest time isn't always the best car, isn't always the best race. It's the how many laps you do. And that's the end of the race. Good job. Wow, good job.
I've got a 30,
job. Yep.
but it wasn't quite enough to eclipse Dan.
Yep. Yep. So that's it.
1.5 laps, pretty much exactly.
That's it. Dan takes the
Dan.
win with 175.81. There's going to be some zone corrections.
Yes.
Todd Ulery, 174.30.
So there we can see the overall as we begin to collect the segments. It's Dan Tufts, followed by Todd Ulery, Mike McCleneghan, Cedric Armstrong, Al Castillon, Bob Ahulii, Chris Sukimoto. Those were the top 7.
Wow, it's been an exciting day here, and thank you all for joining us. It's been wonderful. It's been great weather, great turnout today, and racing was great today. A lot of lessons learned. Some people were humbled, some people were frustrated. But that's racing for you. So if you haven't come down here to the world's biggest slot car store here, Electric Dreams, we are here for you for all of your slot car needs, and we want to see you come in. I'll even give you a tour. Craig won't be here, but I will, so if you do come in, I'll give you a tour.
Yeah, because Mark works here.
It's my
I don't,
jobby.
I just come
It's my
in
jobby.
and volunteer.
Yeah.
It is Mark's job. So he's here pretty much every day they're open?
Except for Monday.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're closed Monday for
that's what I said. Every day
yeah,
you're open.
every day we're technically we're open for walk-ins on Monday, but the track isn't open.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, so Monday you can come in and buy some parts, but
Yep.
you can't
Yeah.
But Mark won't be here that day.
Can't run on the tracks, yeah, so it is. But everybody, thank you for joining us. It's been great. Craig Williamson, thank you so much. It's been it's great
pleasure,
hanging out
Mark.
with you. And
Enjoyable
man,
to announce the
absolutely.
races together.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Friends for a long time,
yeah.
but this is the first time in the booth.
All right, so let's go ahead, Craig. Let's read off the results now.
Sure. The final results are Dan Tufts with 175.82 laps, followed by Todd Ulery with 174.31. Then Mike McCleneghan came behind. Then he was nearly 6 laps behind Todd's total. Then we have Cedric Armstrong, Al Castillon, Bob Ahulii, Chris Sukimoto, Ted Niida, Lyndell Richards, Mark Perkins was 10th, Sean Treves 11th, impressive run, Sean. Ryan Delgado in 12th, Rick Reed is 13th, Chuck Dietl 14th, James Mayhan was 15th, Tony Castillo was 16th, Dennis Brown 17th, Dave Rose was 18th, Dennis Samson was 19th, Adrian Balladares was 20th, Rick Eickhoff was 21st, 22nd was Chris Snyder, my buddy Marc
I know that guy.
Natividad
I know that guy.
finished way down 23rd. What the heck happened there?
Man, tires.
David Angelucci. Angelucci.
Angelucci.
Yeah, there you go. That makes more sense. Was 24th, and that's as far as we got.
All right, we're doing some pictures here, so you may have an adjustment of light on your screen, but we're not having an issue, just so you know. We're doing some pictures.
There we go. Now we
Winners,
can get back to those.
winners' pictures.
Angelucci was in 24th, and Luis Martinez in 25th. David Colon, 26th. Brian Balladares was 27th. Carlos Beniche was 28th. Lee Richard was 29th. Steve Aguilar 30th, and Jim Moda, unfortunately, 31 after a breakdown.
Yeah.
Because Jim actually won quite a few of his heat races once he got his car running again.
Yep.
So.
All in all, a good day racing, and so probably we'll have the winning car on one of our podcasts. So that's why you need to like and subscribe, so you can stay tuned and learn about these cars and learn how to set them up if you're interested in setting up a car. We'll give you all the exact details on how the cars are set up, and you can set something up and either race with us or race at your own track.
Yeah, you can find on the website teardowns of a lot of the race-winning cars. All
right.
right, we're saying goodbye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Thank you for joining us. And from Electric Dreams, Craig Williamson and myself, Marc Natividad, goodbye for now. Happy racing. We